Good morning. So we're live. We get a confirmation that we've got people listening to the stream, and then there's any audio issues. Please put it into chat. Let us know if you have any difficulties hearing or seeing. So we've just gone live with the Pirate Party Australia National Congress 2022. Thank you so much to everyone who is tuning in. My name is Miles Whitaker, the 2021 president of Pirate Party. So getting some good feedback on sound and video, which is fantastic. We're obviously in a volunteer outfit, and we do our best, but sometimes little mistakes happen, and that's fine. This year has been very smooth so far. So we'll formally commence Congress shortly. Those of you who've been to previous years know that I like to have things fairly casual, but obviously we do have a set of rules and procedures to follow through with. This event this weekend functions as the annual general meeting of Pirate Party Australia. So we do have legal obligations on certain things we have to do. And there are also party organizational requirements on things we have to do. But generally, this is also a great weekend to get together and have a few key organizers for the Pirate Party speak on various issues, present reports, and talk about other items of interest and relevance to the pirate movement. So I would like to formally commence shortly. I'll briefly run through the agenda and remind everyone about I'll explain and remind everyone about the obligations, responsibilities, and rights that everyone has in attending. So I have just linked the agenda for the weekend into the Discord chat, and I'd invite anyone who is interested in attending to join that Discord chat. Could I get someone to link the Discord into the YouTube stream, please? So the agenda for today is, first I'll formally open the National Congress, which I will do so now. I declare open the 2022 Pirate Party Australia National Congress. And we, as part of the housekeeping, I'll now run through the agenda. The first official item is the adoption of standing orders. The second item is outgoing National Council reports. We'll have a short break. Then we'll finish with the Treasurer's report. As is tradition, it's usually the most data-heavy one, and so that one can be a little bit dry unless you're interested in numbers and finances. After the Treasurer's report, we go through the first day of motions, and so we'll start with constitutional motions, move into formal motions, then policy motions. If we have lunch at 12:30 and then continue the motions, we are scheduled to finish today at 4 p.m. And if necessary, then any discussion, debate, or voting on the various floor motions was not able to finish today, then we will continue them in tomorrow's Sunday session. So to briefly go through Sunday, we'll be hearing the nomination speeches for various electable positions, including the National Council, as well as a variety of discussion topics, and then concluding for any other motion, discussion, or debate we need to have. So I am coming to you from Yagra and Tobal land, in land that was once known as Meanjin. Today it's known as Brisbane. This is land that was not ceded by the traditional owners, and so I acknowledge them and acknowledge that, as well as their elders, past, present, and emerging. I'd also invite everyone viewing this stream to consider the traditional owners of the land you are living on, whether within Australia or outside of Australia. And I know we do have many international guests tuning in to watch, both live and recorded as well. Anyone who's braving the time zone difference, I really feel for you, especially West Australia. And I apologise to all West Australians and South Australians for all the struggle you guys have to go to make it across these time zone gaps. but to our international friends as well, welcome. Thank you and congratulations, whether it's 11 p.m., 6 a.m., midday, whatever time it is for you. Now, to finish up the housekeeping, I'll briefly talk about the how participation will go. So we work very hard to ensure that all members and all attendees can participate to the full degree that they so desire. There is a tradition, which I'll even go so far as to say is a right of Pirate Party members to address Congress with video and audio, if you so desire, all members, and I want to respect that right, and I will do so. So any members wishing to do so should notify the either myself as the chair of Congress or the remote chair of Congress, which we have not yet appointed. So you simply indicate in chat or through private messages, I would like to address Congress with voice and or video, and then the remote chair will give you instructions on how to do so. We have a separate stream room where you can join, and then we do so. The other option for sending notifications and addressing is through text chat. You have the right to have those comments read out. In the interest of expedience, I would ask the remote chair not to read out the text-based comments this year, as obviously they're broadcast live to stream. Everyone's able to see them in several formats. So this is slightly different to previous years. Yep. So that's fine. What's different this year will be that I'll ask the remote chair not to read them out. So we have not yet appointed a remote chair. Alex, as our party secretary, would you be willing to act as the remote chair? Alex has said no. Roger, Deputy Secretary, would you be willing to act as the...
Yeah, I've got to do member verification and take minutes.
Okay. Sorry, thanks, Alex. So, Roger, would you be willing to act as the remote chair?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. So the responsibilities of the remote chair are to act on behalf of remote participants. This is somewhat of a formality these days, as we are all remote participants. But if it's essentially a dual chair, so Roger, you're free to step in if you think to take care of any business on Discord if you feel that I'm ignoring it or not properly addressing it, and you're free to speak on behalf of them or so on and so forth. Now, I will link the standing orders in chat. The standing orders are, which I'll go through as follows. Point 1, do not interrupt the chair or other speakers unless raising a vote of no confidence. We have two chairs appointed. Alex Jago, the party secretary, is taking care of the minutes. Now, point 4, if you wish to speak, as we're all remote attendees, I would suggest that you place your comment into Discord chat if you wish to speak. And point 5 is obviously talking to your microphone, guys, so we can hear you. There's a procedure for remote participants, which is all of us. Now, we will have the nominations for electable positions tomorrow. Voting will not be held at Congress for electable positions. That carries out over the following days. And you'll obviously be invited to give a speech or requested or expected to give say a few words, preferably using video and audio. Now, the fun stuff, the motions. So the announced motions is the big stuff. So that's our constitutional amendments, our policy amendments, and any other fun big things. So those have all closed now, and we have had some announced motions which were sent out in the agenda prior to Congress. We'll be dealing with those later today. So the procedure for following through is then also indicated there in the standing orders. And it's fairly straightforward. We go through a set process. A member has to present it to Congress, and then there'll be a speaking order. People can speak for or against it. Discussion will continue until such a time as myself or whatever other chair decides to take it to a vote or to rule that it's out of order and move on. And we have had some procedural kerfuffle in previous years when people have proposed amendments and then amendments to amendments and so forth. It's been amendments all the way down, especially for complex issues. And it's a simple majority for those motions to pass. And then procedural motions are just stuff like modifying standing orders, motion for recess, vote of no confidence, so on and so forth, adjusting the agenda. Now, I see that Alex has proposed some amendments to the standing orders. So, Alex, would you like to speak to your amendments and make a motion to do so before we adopt the standing orders?
Sure thing. So the standing orders require that, I'm just going to, that all the policy motions were meant to have been announced on Wednesday. We didn't quite make that happen. Okay, and as to my second point, so we got all the policy motions that we discussed prior to Congress. Those were only up yesterday, so I would like to amend the standing order such that we can, discuss them. This is PMs 1 through 4 to address concerns from previous Congresses. This isn't policy on the run. We talked through all of these or amendments in some degree, prior to Congress. It's just that I only got them up on yesterday rather than 3 days ago. And then my second point is actually superfluous because we already covered that in the, actually no. And then my second point is to allow people to nominate by lunchtime on Sunday rather than just by opening on Sunday, which is a traditional amendment, which we usually do anyway.
Yeah, so those are all perfectly merry.
That's all of that. If we don't do the first one, then we have no policy motions to discuss, which would be a sad time. Though we could have, the fastest Congress in the history of the party if we did that. So that would be fun.
So there's nothing wrong with those amendments. They're totally fine. We have done.
This concludes my comments.
Thanks, Alex. So I think let's take that to a vote for a formality, and then we'll vote on the amendments, and then we'll vote to adopt the standing orders. So Alex is currently typing the text of his motion into chat, and then once he's done so, I'll allow a few moments just for any edits or suggestions. And then when I say start voting, we'll place our votes into text chat. So the member authorization process is done through Discord, and voting is done through Discord. Full members are entitled to vote. The voting is aye, nay, or abstain. I've been reminded Discord and IRC. Thanks, Alex. Alex is just typing up the text of that motion now, I assume. Motion to amend the standing orders for this Congress only to allow consideration of all policy motions published prior to the start of Congress and allow nominations for electoral positions to be received up to the start of the relevant session. Okay, start your votes. It's quite common that we will, so the second one is quite common. We do that most years, I think. Allow nominations on the floor up to the start of the relevant session. And that's simply because often people will be on the fence and might not have always had the chance to hear suggestions or discussion about what it's like to run for the electoral positions. So we'll talk about that a lot tomorrow. Most of the positions are for the National Council, which is the executive body for the Pirate Party. We have a fairly relaxed environment. We meet, usually we'll meet fortnightly, but we'll sometimes alternate that depending on the workload. We have met weekly during, for example, election periods or other busy periods. Some of us will meet monthly during slow periods. Okay, looks like that voting has slowed down. I'll give it a little bit longer. And for future votes, I might actually do a timer. 2 minutes is traditional, I think. Sometimes people like to take a little bit longer to think or discuss motions, but this one's just a procedural one. Okay, stop voting. So that amendment passes. Now I make a motion to adopt the standing orders. Okay, and start voting. So we have been doing online congresses since 2020, I think was our first one.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So 2019 was in Adelaide, that's right. Yeah. So
Yes.
2020 was predominantly in response to COVID, but and obviously COVID still affects many of our cities. There are still resurgent outbreaks, but it's also been much more convenient and much more inclusive to go online, which has been a significant benefit. In the in-person congresses which I've attended, which is actually many of them, probably over half of them, there has always been an issue with in-person attendees unintentionally getting priority over remote attendees, usually due to people just calling out commentary from their seats and not going up to the microphone, and so remote attendees can't hear what's going on or what's being talked about. And that's incredibly frustrating when there's big, long discussions. All right, I'll give that another 20 seconds, and then we'll cut that one off. There's no need to wait for the full time for that one. It is fairly procedural. Okay, stop voting, and I declare that one passed as well. Okay, so the next agenda item is the outgoing National Council reports. It is traditional for the president to go first. So after I've spoken, I'll then invite the secretary's report, and I'll invite any other councillors who want to make a report to do so. We also will hear various officers giving reports as well. So some of the officers, one of the officers presenting will be Andrew Downing, the Policy Development Officer. And if I don't believe Jay Stevens, our chair of the IR committee, is with us this morning, but he will I believe he'll be joining us tomorrow. And so I will be inviting him to say a few words as well. So are there any members of the National Council who do wish to say a few words and have not indicated as such? Please do so now or shortly. Otherwise, I'll go into my address. So this has been a extremely eventful term, possibly the most momentous in the history of the party. Over the space of the previous 12 months, we have negotiated a merger between ourselves and 3 other political parties in Australian political parties, and we've taken that then into the largest federal election campaign that we've ever participated in. This occurs with a backdrop of resurgent COVID outbreaks, the outbreak of war between industrialized nations in Europe, strengthened ties with the international pirate movement, increasing tensions in Southeast Asia with China, and finally, spiraling economic, environmental, and climate-related issues. I am proud to be working alongside a rejuvenated Australian pirate movement that, although it faces greater challenges than ever before, our volunteers have done more work than ever before to hold that flame before our ideals of digital activism, human rights, civil rights, and digital liberties. This is a time when our history and legacy is more relevant than ever. We come from a broad cultural movement that originates in the largest political melting pot of all time, one that believes that technology can be used positively in building a more humane and just society. Our voice is a knowledgeable one in the practices of technology-enabled direct democracy, societal inclusivity, evidence-based policy, and communalist movement building. And the way I have seen so many pirates leap forward wholeheartedly into supporting Fusion and our partners within Fusion is emblematic of those ideals. Rick Falkvinge in the 2012 Pirate Wheel wrote how empowerment is the foundation of our philosophy, how everyone has a voice, and we should be strengthening those voices. But we have seen increasingly over the past decade the use of bad faith actors, corporate, political, and ideological, to silence those voices and push them to the margins. We cannot let that practice continue. Our platform and the Pirate Party boldly declares that free speech underpins our ability to think, innovate, create, and progress. So we too must empower our collective voices as pirates, as catalysts for fusion, as Australians, and as members of a global digital village. Now, although we went into the merger negotiations for Fusion in early 2021 under the shadow of a reactionary government, one where the Australian Labor Party marched hand in hand with Scott Morrison's Liberal National Party, what emerged out of that process of fusion was something that may one day be seen as inevitable, a complementarian approach. Our values had always overlapped, but it was our identities that had kept us apart. And that separation is an outmoded way of thinking. This vision with which I guide us into a fusion ecosystem is one in which our historic political identities have intrinsic value, and our diversity is part of that value. We have no right to reduce that diversity, to mold our passions into a bland porridge. There will be compromises, and there have been compromises. But one element of fusion which has arisen again and again is the strength of our complementarity, that even through conflict or disagreement, we move forward from strength to collective strength. Society has already interfered enough with the free exchange of tools, ideas, culture, knowledge, and sentiments. The meddling of corporate lobby groups, political astroturfs, and hostile nation states must end. And to those who agree with me, you have an obligation to act. We acted together in May this year during the 2022 federal election. Our Senate results were in line with previous years, such as the 2019 federal election, and so the lack of established name recognition likely hurt our votes, but in turn this was offset by much stronger and more widespread volunteer campaigns. I'll read out our Senate results as follows. In Queensland, we had 0.37% of the vote, which is down from 0.46. In New South Wales, we had 0.37%, which is up from 0.36%. Victoria, we had 0.36%, which is down from 0.4%. In South Australia, which is the first time we've ever run, we had 0.33%. And in West Australia, we had 0.35%, which is down from 0.59%. So as you can see, our results are in line or slightly below, but we've managed to consistently pull similar results across all of these states. Many of our lower house campaigns had higher results across Fusion, and the likely reason for that is that it's simply easier to run a lower house campaign. It's easier to get name recognition. You can leverage all of your resources much more effectively. And so I'll talk about that shortly. Now, the biggest achievement during the election campaign was the entirely new campaigning methodology we developed from the ground. It was a greenfields product. We built this heavily around phone and SMS banking to leverage remote organization and activation. We developed a pipeline of volunteers being activated through social media, email, SMS, and phone calls, which went then back into increasing our volunteer engagement rate. And those volunteer resources were gradually shifted over to in-person campaigning, which included letterbox leaflet drops, putting up posters and call flips in your windows, pre-polling, and then culminating in election day volunteering. So the volunteer numbers for each state across all of Fusion candidates were, in Queensland, we had approximately 20, New South Wales had approximately 30, Victoria had approximately 30 to 40, South Australia had about 15, and West Australia had about 15. Now, those aren't the exact numbers, but each of the separate states went through their debrief processes and would be happy to talk about that in more detail. Some of our other big achievements were a fantastic repository of template graphics in Canva, which we reused across the entire country. This resulted in a high level of branding consistency, which was especially important given that we in Fusion are an entirely new brand, new political brand, and our identity was in many ways being forged new as well. This resulted in a much greater range of merchandise designs, as well as earlier access to those merchandise designs. And so I have to give special mention here to Andrea Fino, Andrea Leong, Roger Watling, Alex Jago, and Aaron Hammond for doing the majority of the design work, even though Aaron Hammond is the only professional visual designer there. So fantastic work, guys. And that kind of background, logistical and support work is absolutely crucial for these kind of campaigns to work. And there's 1,000 other examples of similar background work being done, which are just too many to name. So the areas we identified for improvement during the federal election were, to briefly summarize them, that we needed better state level coordination across the various state campaigns, as well as more consistent planning and guidance from a national level down to in-person and state level campaigns, particularly around volunteer coordination. Many of our processes and documentation were being created for the first time as we were in the midst of campaigning, and sometimes needed to be changed or modified or updated. So there was bureaucratic issues, there was developmental issues, and there was a lot of experimental things happening. So making use of our collective experiences during the federal election, I've begun formalizing much of the documentation and planning to implement into the Victoria state election in November this year, where I'm proud to announce we already have 2 expressions of interest for candidates from within the Pirate Party, as well as the support of Vote Planet, Science, and Secular Party, our Fusion partners. So I plan to employ a similar leapfrog process going from the Victoria state election into the New South Wales state election in March next year, and then the Queensland state election after that in 2024. There are opportunities to help out for all of these state elections from interstate or even internationally. So I'm actively recruiting remote volunteers to help build up our institutional campaigning experience. If you are interested in helping out, please get in touch and let me know. There are always jobs to do. So with this plan for year-round campaigning, we build off the strength of successive election campaigns. And I hope to eventually transition towards consistently running at state and local levels. This will allow us to take advantage of name recognition and build up continuous campaign experience. And having a hyper-local focus will also help to grow our local branches in the long run. Moving internationally now, this year has seen the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has given rise to increasing fears about a larger war in Europe. there are some signs that this isn't a completely unrealistic proposition. Things such as the large amount of material support that the UK is providing Ukraine, the increasing brinkmanship that Russia is engaging with the rest of Europe, as well as, interestingly, the US armed forces repainting many of their vehicle camo patterns from desert khaki to green forest. The position of the European pirates is that the EU member states should transition off coal and gas in order to gain independence from Russia, as well as reduce emissions for effective action on climate change. Is in a similar vein, the European pirates support renewable energy, a large-scale electrification process, as well as an increased rollout of electric vehicles. The energy situation in Europe is complex, featuring a broad range of generation technologies to match their broad range of climates. And most notably, Europe has a large concentration of nuclear power, as well as other less common forms of power, such as tidal and biomass. Anyone interested in learning more about this topic, I'd invite you to visit our YouTube channel and watch the video entitled Pirates Empowering the Transition, Energy Policy in the German and Australian Pirates. This was an April live stream discussion last year, featuring from our side the Australian Pirates Jay Stevens, chair of our IR committee, and David Kennedy, who was our Senate candidate for South Australia. Other issues the European pirates are leading on include a push for fair and democratic digitalisation of government services, transparency and increased democracy in government, as well as the EU Commission, and the need for consumer privacy in AI development. Finally, COVID continues to be a concern in Australia. Most states have relaxed both mask and vaccine mandates. The eastern states still encourage masking, social distancing, and vaccination. However, the rising freedom movement protests were only moderately damped by all their failures during the election, and state governments are finally responding to pressure. Even supporters of the restrictions are starting to feel fatigued. At least we can be reassured that the latest COVID strains pass quickly and are less impacting than the initial COVID strains. Anecdotally, I can say that the Brisbane flu season has been an extremely bad one, with some people being bedridden for days or up to a week. The pirate position on COVID policy is complicated. We support freedom only so far as it doesn't impact others, and actively spreading a dangerous disease represents a significant public health risk. Additionally, vaccines and masking are comparatively harmless, so there's no rational reason other than bloody-mindedness. But I suppose we Australians always love a good argument, and nothing a pirate likes more. So I'll invite now the Alex to present the Secretary's report. And again, remind all national councillors, if you'd like to say words, you are welcome to. Alex is taking minutes and doing verifications.
So yes, there's a few things I've got to all at once.
That's all right. Sorry,
Okay.
I might spot a little bit.
So my report has a number of similarities to Miles's. So let's begin with looking back on this term, perhaps from a more party internal perspective in some ways than Miles has. So 12 months ago, we were a deregistered party because our member numbers were too low for the threshold of party registration in Australia. And then at the end of August last year, the government decided, with Labor support, well, the then government, I should say, decided with the then opposition support that the registration threshold should be tripled, and this sparked the processes that led to the development of Fusion. So in the last 12 months, we went from just being deregistered to co-founding Fusion, and then fighting what is our fourth general election as part of that alliance. There was a strong feeling going into 2019 that election may well have been our last. Well, to the naysayers And to those who worried, we're proud to say that the word pirate this year has appeared on more Australians' ballot papers than ever before. Not just from population growth either. Internally, it's been a year largely spent under time pressure with the looming election. We formed Fusion in October. We made it happen on the pirate side with a special national congress in November. Then immediately after that, Fusion's membership audit was due, and it wasn't even under the name Fusion that we had to pass the membership audit, but rather under the Vote Planet name, which is, of course, one of the other parties in Fusion. And then once we got out of the silly season at the end of January, it was go, 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 ramping up the campaign all the way till May. It's been busy. So I want to take this moment to thank everybody who's received an email, an SMS, a phone call, a social media shout out asking, can you step up and help? And who responded, hell yeah, I can. And this goes double for all of our absolutely kick-ass candidates, most of whom put their hands up to run without even the pirate name on the ballot back before we knew if Fusion was going to be a thing or not, and when we were contemplating running endorsed independents as the Socialist Equality Party had to do. As Miles said, this campaign was right up there in terms of scope for any Fusion's member branches. It's definitely one of the strongest that we've run, if not the strongest, and we couldn't have done it without you. So looking forward, with the advent of Fusion, our perennial membership numbers problem is less pressing, but we still have to pull our weight within the broader alliance. Fusion as a whole needs to stay firmly over 1,500, and it needs to grow so that we can, campaign better. We have to continue to prosecute our radically open philosophy and our rights and evidence-based policies, and we have to do it in a way that we continually promote ourselves and recruit more people, because electoral politics is a popularity contest and it's a local logistics problem. So, as we know, we've got a variety of state elections coming up, which we could and should contest to make sure that our new brand sinks in the minds of the public. Everyone who said, I'm in XYZ party and got in the response, never heard of you. This is an opportunity to change that. So we've got Victoria in November, we've got New South Wales in March of next year, and then in 2024, we've got the Queensland Council and then state level elections. The fun part about Queensland is that the state election is on at the same time as the US presidential election, and I think no one will ever pay attention to us ever again after that. There are some decisions that we need to take over this next year regarding how we relate to Fusion. So, and in terms of how much we integrate with Fusion. Specifically, I'm talking about whether we switch over to having our membership database shared with the rest of Fusion, as the other parties within Fusion largely already do. And up till this point, we've retained our separate membership database, and we'll continue to do that without much further change than will be implemented at this Congress. But the practicalities of running an election campaign with 4, 5 even different historic groups really call for shared communications and shared points of contact, because different branches of Fusion will need to take the lead in different parts of the country. Indeed, that's how we ran this election. Pirate organizers pretty much ran Queensland. New South Wales science organizers pretty much ran New South Wales. Vote Planet organizers pretty much ran Victoria, because that's where we have relative concentrations of senior executive of all of the parties going into the merger. And when you need to talk to people from the other branches, volunteers, ordinary members in the other branches, you need to be able to act as a cohesive, integrated party. So that's a discussion that we need to continue having over this year and hopefully sort it out as of this time next year, one way or the other. And as always, I'll close with a request to every ordinary party member reading my written report, watching this stream live or in catch-up. We're a volunteer-based party, which means we need people to do volunteering. Step up, seek out something to do. You might not know what you want to do. You might know what you want to do. Either way, chat to us about it. And once you figured out what you're doing, make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. I might make a quick comment that we will need to start thinking about state level branches in the coming years, as I alluded to and Alex alluded to as well. And even though during the election, our parties were very nicely aligned across the eastern seaboard states, we are moving towards much more of a hybrid structure. And so setting up state-based branches, which is likely to occur in some fashion, will mean that there will be a need to have people stepping up at a state level to take up those executive positions. And it can't and shouldn't be people who have national executive positions. Many of them already wear 20 different hats. But the more volunteers we have stepping forward, then we can share that load around and achieve so much more. We are currently in the process of going for Victorian state level registration. I'm very excited to announce to the Fusion Executive earlier this week that we do have the required numbers as well as a comfortable margin to qualify for Victorian state registration. And so that will be happening imminently. Now, we are actually bang on time. We're scheduled for a 10-minute break at this point. So I will, I think it's traditional to take a vote for this. So what I'll do is I'll put in a motion for us to take a 10-minute break and then return. And after that, we'll hear the Treasurer's report from Party Treasurer John August. Place your votes in chat. Voting is open. All right, I'll give it another half a minute in case there's anyone who hasn't voted. So once we get into the more serious stuff this afternoon with the policy motions, constitutional motions to amend the Constitution, then that will need a lot more deliberation time and discussion time. And so I'll be much more rigorous in terms of the speaking order and following procedure for votes, so on and so forth. Okay, let's close voting there. I'll set a timer. I make it currently 10:55, so we'll return at 5 minutes past 11. Thank you very much, everyone. And Bryn, let's go to a break screen. Beautiful. Thank you very much, everyone. We're back. Beautiful. Thank you very much, everyone. Excuse me. So we're resuming now with the Treasurer's report from John August. John, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Miles. Yes, my name's John August. I'm the Treasurer. I took over from Mark Gibbons a few years ago. So this is the first time I've actually had a year as Treasurer and have actually had access to the full financial records. So I haven't quite made your full-on Treasurer's report in terms of categorising everything, but there is the Treasurer's report on the website. I suppose, Miles, can you put a link through to that, or do you want me to do that?
Yep, I'll do it one second.
Anyway, okay. In any case,
Done.
so our total balance at the moment, as of yesterday afternoon, is $1,725.01. So I guess we have some funds in the bank to do things with. And you're welcome to check the financial report. You can see there's some expenses we've spent on, IT services, which have added up. There was a transfer out of $500, and I think that was actually a sort of a top-up payment to Fusion to get their finances going. But if you look at the check account, that gives you an idea of some of the major things that have happened. There were a few PP internal expenses, which I seem to recall included funding some Facebook ads and things like that and various bits and pieces. But the main expense that we had over the period was candidates' fees, which was $10,000. And I guess the discussion at the time was it would have been nice to better support our candidates and pay for printing and various other bits and pieces. But the compromise was that we would at least fund candidates' fees, which were basically $2,000 a pop to enter the election. And I think their Fusion did actually set up some donations websites so candidates were able to get a bit of extra money there. But at the time, I guess we felt we didn't have the money to support candidates apart from the candidates' fees. So that was the $10,000 that went out. Now, we went into this election period with about $10,000 in the bank, and we received about $5,000 of donations and spent about $13,000. So that's why our net funds had actually gone all the way down to $1,725. So pretty much all of those donations during that period did in fact go to the election campaigns, and obviously, and then some that came out of our funds. So basically, we've ended up at about $1,700, which means that'll see us through the next few years as far as IT expenses and various other bits and pieces. But certainly to run a decent election campaign, I guess we need either a decent amount of fundraising or we expect candidates to front up the money for the candidates' fees themselves. And I think this is a bit of a trade-off here. How much support can we get to candidates? How much can we afford? How much money do we have going in? I think it's a very good idea to run candidates at any given election, but just how many candidates we run and how much help we can give them, I guess, is a more complicated issue. So that's basically my candidates report. Now, did my report actually go off on the splash screen? I can't see that did in fact happen. But there, Miles, did you put a link to the Treasurer's report in the chat? Oh, yep, there you are. Alex has put a link to the report. So go on, Miles.
Did you want Bryn to pull it up?
Well, that could happen. I think I suppose what we've allocated 15 minutes to the Treasurer's report, I've used up about 5 or 6 minutes of it. So, yeah, maybe it would be nice to just put it up briefly and then that'll call the end of the Treasurer's report. But anyway, I guess people can make comments in chat or otherwise if they wish to. But, yeah, that's basically the Treasurer's report. We went in with $10,000, took $5,000 of donations, spent about $13,000 on elections and other things. The main expense of elections was $10,000. which meant that we were able to field 5 candidates across Australia. And yeah, I guess we're here to field elections, and it was great that we were actually able to do so. And the fact that we did have $5,000 of donations over that period is obviously a very healthy thing. And those members and supporters who did donate, that was really helpful of you to do so. So let's see, splash screen. Okay, all right. Well, who knows? Maybe we should just move on to further reports and further matters, because it may take a bit of a while to put the Treasurer's report up on the main YouTube screen. What do you think, Miles? You are the chair. There, you are the captain of the ship, sir.
John, you've got you have the floor, and you have another 5 to 10 minutes. If you
All
want
right.
advice, I'm quite happy with the report as presented. If people want the figures, they're welcome to go and peruse them themselves.
Gold has asked, does Bunnings allow political parties? And that's a good question. Gosh, but that would be
sure they don't, unfortunately.
okay. Miles has tell us that that's not a practical one. Okay, Milspec is giving me a bouquet, so thank you, Milspec, and thank you, Tyrone.
Sure, thanks, Bryn. So a couple of comments on fundraising.
Okay.
In previous election years, we've traditionally ran a couple of big all-in fundraisers on some website or other, which has taken a bit of a cut. This year, we did individual fundraising directly through the website, through the Fusion website for all candidates with individual trackers. And what we saw was it was a very different style of fundraising. And what we saw was that candidates who worked very hard to engage their volunteers and supporters and who repeatedly solicited donations got significantly more donations than other candidates. And so that was partially a response, an inevitable thing that would happen for people with active social media presences, and which was something we were encouraging. But it was a really big takeaway that there was a direct feedback in terms of the amount of resources we can gather was in some ways proportional to just asking for money. And some candidates didn't ask for as much money, and so they didn't get as much money. So that was a really, really seems like a really common sense, basic thing we should have known, but we did learn it the hard way. And so going into future elections, there's going to be a very simple rule for candidate social media, which is ask for money. And if you're not asking for money, why not? Because we need that for merchandise, for advertising. And so that was one thing that was really effective. There's a comment in chat, what about a membership fee? So our current system is pay what you want, and it's actually worked moderately well in that we'll quite frequently get a rush of donations around renewal time, or if we're doing a membership renewal drive. And so doing the membership renewal drive for Victoria has resulted in a spike of donations, which has been fantastic, and will probably result in more coming in as well. People have commented that a mandatory membership fee may result in higher or more meaningful levels of participation. That's I'd say that's a valid assertion, but my preference is to err on the side of inclusivity for everyone. And so with our aim being on growth, we want to remove barriers to being involved, one of which is financial. And there are always going to be people who do want to get involved, particularly students or international members who want to support, but have difficulties or are unable to do so financially.
Well, Miles, if I could break in there, I mean, we did have in the order of $5,000 of donations in the lead up to the election, which is not too bad. But in a sense, like when we face an election, because of fusion, because it was such a moving target, maybe we didn't think things out too clearly. But certainly, maybe it would have been nicer to have fewer candidates and give them more than just the candidates' fees. But certainly, let's say we ran an election and we didn't go broke, and our bank account was mildly healthy at the end of it. So, you know, I guess it's a matter of definition of what we're trying to do. And I think it was better that we did run an election campaign, but because so many things were changing at once, perhaps we couldn't think clearly about what we wanted to do and what we were trying to do. But maybe it would have been better to have like half the candidates and give each of them $1,000 or $2,000 to spend on advertising.
Okay, thanks, John. We've got some discussion going in text chat. Does anyone have... We'll let that keep going for a little bit. If anyone has any more comments they want to put out over the stream. So MilSpec's got a very good suggestion there that it'd be good to have a goal for the donation to know what the expected amount is. So traditionally, pirate expenses have been very light. As we've seen from this report and other reports, the vast majority of the expenses have always been in candidate fees, and the rest has always gone into electoral expenses. It's very much a build up a war chest in between elections and then spend it all in elections. So as a result, budgeting is very simple and straightforward. But it would definitely, I agree that it's a really good idea. It would definitely help members and be more transparent if we were to budget in advance for set amounts and reallocate as well as necessary. This is an idea that I have had in the past, but we've been migrating our financial access and obviously going into fusion as well as our financial structure is changing slightly. So hopefully this is something that maybe, John, you'd be interested in taking on in the incoming term, as you're renominating for treasurer, to come up with a proposal or suggestion for what our expenses are likely to be over the coming year.
Okay, well, a general comment would be, okay, $2,000 per candidate is a good place to start. It would be nice to give each candidate, say, $1,000 to spend on advertising. And, you know, I think that would be a reasonable thing to do. And so, yeah, but again, at the time we hit this election, it was very much a moving target. How many candidates can we support? And we basically just did what we could at the time, and which was probably a reasonable way of approaching it, I suppose. But yeah, I think it would be nice to have $3,000 per campaign, $2,000 for candidate fees, and $1,000 to spend on advertising. And I suppose to have a better idea of supporting social media and supporting promotion. Now, how much promotion do we support centrally within the Pirate Party? To what degree do we rely on fusion? And I can only say I'm speaking as a candidate, not as treasurer at this point, but certainly dealing with the fusion bureaucracy and getting your postings endorsed was a struggle. But at the same time, if you're a candidate in a lower house seat, I guess the more relevant thing is to have your postings or your material go out locally, which does mean, you know, local papers and things like that. So that's more, I guess, an issue of candidate strategy. So now I think I can see a question. Give me a drink. How is fusion budget doled out to the branches? And my understanding, basically, Alex, Miles, Roger, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that basically the different pirate branches funded their own candidates, and really what Fusion did was provide a website and a social media channel which was centrally run, but really there was not any money going from Fusion to the branches. In fact, it was the other way around. We in Pirates did actually pass on $500 to Fusion for them to do their IT expenses and get things happening. And to be fair on Fusion, yes, they spent some of our money, but it was basically a volunteer effort at their end, and they certainly put a lot of time, effort, and energy in. Now, let me see. Okay, now Roger has actually said in chat there's no current process for this, but it's currently being worked out. I mean, obviously, we can invite Roger to speak to that verbally if he wants to. But anyway, Miles, I guess that's, I don't know, we can keep talking about this for a while, or maybe we want to move on to other things. But what do you think, Miles?
I'm happy to have a little bit more discussion. We do have 2 more reports to get through, but they will be shorter ones. Do we have any final questions or comments for John while he has the floor? Okay, then, well, let's move on. So
okay, very good.
Thank you, John. And congratulations on your recent lower house run. Here's to state election next year.
Okay. Gosh, well, let's have a state election. I don't know how active I'll be in New South Wales, but who knows? Maybe there'll be a state election. My gosh. Yes, it's good that there's new people with new energy coming into the Pirates. I'll say that. There you go. That's my closing observation. So I'll shut up at least my microphone and let you get on with the meeting, Miles. Here we go.
Thanks. And Alex and Roger have made a couple of important points actually just while we've been closing, which I'll just reiterate as well, which is that donations directly to the Pirate Party are not currently tax deductible. So a matter of priority for us is setting up a donation flow to the Pirate Party via the Fusion Party in order to gain that tax deductibility. What and how that looks like, we're not sure, but it has been talked about extensively and will continue to be talked about extensively. And obviously the financial structure is evolving. Anyone who is interested or has comments is quite welcome to get in touch, either a proposal, which we can take to Fusion on your behalf, or some other method. Now, the next report is presented by Andrew Downing, our Policy Development Officer for the party. Andrew, take it away. I have no.
Can you hear my audio now?
Yep, we can.
Yes. Okay. Good. All right. Okay. We're on. Okay. So I'm Andrew Downing, Policy Development Officer for 2021. The start of this year, obviously we were just the Pirate Party by ourselves and we were unregistered, but we were interested in developing policy around a variety of areas. For several members at the time expressed interest in developing policy around the parliamentary voting transparency, a range of economic policies, healthy population and energy policy, privacy and government identity, gambling, housing affordability, space programs, international treaties, and environment and climate change were some of the areas that people expressed interest in developing policy with. However, then what actually happened was that Fusion happened. So the majority of my time in the last year has been spent in things like policy working groups at the Fusion level, where we basically had to go through all of the different policies from all of the different sub-parties that were branches rather that were joining into the Fusion larger new entity, and trying to rationalize the different policy positions that we all had to come up with the collective set of Fusion level agreed policies, which you can now see if you go and look at the Fusion Party website and you look through the policies there. Effectively, what those are is the consensus agreement between the collective contributors to Fusion. And so a lot of effort went into that. And I also spent a similar amount of time actually also working on the constitutional working group, which was to define the very much federated model of the fusion constitution that allows for the independent branches, so that, in fact, the Pirate Party of Australia, for example, can maintain its own identity as a branch within fusion, and can indeed, in fact, continue to maintain that and represent that. And in fact, it is actually cemented into the constitution of fusion that it's part of the intent of the overall organisation is to support that kind of identity and to support the procedures and interests of those branch groups to continue with their existence and to be represented into the collective. So there's been a lot of work on that. Having said that, there have been a couple of policy things that have rolled forward to the level of being presented in Congress. One of those was presented at the earlier Congress, the not emergency, but special Congress meeting we had earlier in the year, in which we presented a sovereign wealth fund policy. You can see that on our policy website now. And a little later today, we will be presenting some more economic policy on closing gaps around capital gains tax, which is one of the biggest rorts for the wealthy to avoid paying tax that exists, frankly. So we want to try and close that one off. But other than that, there's been a bit of a lull in development of new policy around specifically pirate stuff, given how much time and effort was going into the fusion integration around that. I will not be recontesting the position of Policy Development Officer this year. So I strongly encourage anybody who's interested in that to get up and put your name up for the position. It's a challenging and interesting role. I honestly hope that some interested parties will jump in and do that. And there's plenty of people who want to talk about policy, but the role is largely corralling people into actually doing the work necessary, because it's a bit tedious, to be honest, to actually get through the detail of laying it all out, and the detail that would be in any manner would actually reasonably achieve consensus. So having a broad idea is a good start. Turning it into something that's reasonably solid and nailed down, and for which there will be little objection, is a significantly harder task. With that, that's probably all I have to say for the moment. But back to you, Miles, unless there's any questions.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Yep, I have some comments and observations, and I'd welcome anyone else who wants to chime in to ask about the role or discuss what the Policy Development Committee is. So first of all, thank you very much for your time. As I've said elsewhere, it's great to have one of the OGs from the Pirate Party hanging around, the original gangsters, or as you pointed out the other night, original posters from the Pirate Party, original pirates. So the role of the Policy Development Committee is to support the development of the party platform and to provide guidance, mentoring, and coordination around that policy development. It is not a requirement for policy amendments to go through the committee, but the committee will tend to provide support and accountability, as well as generally higher quality overall content writing, as members of the committee will work together on projects and provide proofreading and copy editing and so on and so forth, as well as having a body of experience there. So in the past, we've had a number of related committees to the Policy Development Committee, where a temporary committee is formed to work on a specific issue, either preparing press releases or organizing campaigns or writing other content, sometimes including policy. And we're all very open to encouraging and supporting whatever issues people do want to work on or focus on. It doesn't have to be within the party platform, but obviously it would need to be stuff that is sort of compliant with our values and principles. Otherwise, we'd look at that and we'd say, well, is the Pirate Party the best place to really be talking about that? But the pirates have a very broad set of interests and values and principles, so it's quite rare that something won't fall within the scope of what pirates love to argue about. And there is definitely a lot of arguing going on always. So, as Andrew pointed out, it's turning those arguments and turning those opinions into something that we can take into an election campaign. That is where the most valuable work lies. And so,
Pirates do love to argue, but by the time you get to the point of having a policy, you want the argument to be settled and consensus to have settled in place. And we do interestingly have a history in which by the time policy reaches Congress and gets voted on by the broader membership, the vast majority of all policies presented that way have greater than 90% support of the membership. So that's a really good track record, and we want to maintain that.
Yeah, and that's a product of going through long and extensive discussion in the months leading up to Congress. And so, in some ways, Congress is kind of a formality where it's acknowledging formally the things that we already have agreed on, maybe not explicitly, but at least in principle. So we will be voting on some policy amendments later this afternoon, hopefully. And the position for the chair of the Policy Development Committee, which is the Policy Development Officer, will be open tomorrow. If anyone does want to nominate, I'd highly encourage considering it. And as I mentioned earlier as well, there have been a lot of temporary or ad hoc committees in the past for the party, which have worked on similar content to the PDC. And we're quite open to anyone who does want to work on a project. Please come and step forward and we can see how we can support you. So thank you very much, Andrew. And we'll move on to the next report now, which is from Jay Stevens, the chair of the International Relations Committee. Bryn, can we get Jay up on the stream?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you, cannot see you. Okay, we can see you now.
Oh, great. Hi all. Yeah, my name's Jay Stevens. I've been involved with the International Relations Committee since I think it was early 2021, being very politely strong-armed by Miles and by Alex into a position that I've enjoyed intermittently when I've had time. One of the first things we did was to look at and refresh the terms of reference. To my shock and horror, they were several years rather than months old. So we looked at that and just sort of saw what could be refreshed and improved, which wasn't that much, but still it's a bit worrying when you look at something and it's that old. The first thing we then did was to get the committee together, have 2 or 3 meetings, which went well, decide that pursuing contacts with the Pirate International was high up on our agenda. And I've spent probably most of my time doing that, sort of pursuing relationships and contacts with Pirate International, which then led to other groups such as the Germans and their linked group, the German Pirate Energy Working Group, which is such a big and huge thing that it kind of spun itself off into a separate organization, separate from the German pirates. There was initially as well a mandate to look into and reporting back to Council on the Australian pirates joining or rejoining the Pirate International, and understanding how the Pirate International's processes, procedures, and especially kind of remote voting and working might have got better since the last time that we interacted with them. That involved sitting in on some of their events, including Pirate Beers, which was just painful and difficult. And the result of that was, basically, I mean, in every way, they've modernized, they're better, and they support all that. I believe a decision to join is pending consideration in some way, though I have to admit, I'm not sure where that sits on the agenda. Miles or Alex would doubtless be able to come in after me and update on that. As I said, that led to other connections. The German Energy Working Group was fruitful. We did a great live stream with them earlier this year in the run-up to the election. Their knowledge in that area is absolutely phenomenal. They are aware of that. They want to make themselves into a resource that pirates worldwide can use to give depth, detail, and basically science-backed advice and information to all groups in that energy area. And they regard Australia as an important test bed, obviously, of the transition to renewables and so on in that area. So they're very keen to work with us, which is great. There was then a bit of a lull as we went into the election. That took all of our energies, I think, certainly took all of the time that I had to give. And then more recently, I've been responding to an approach from the Chilean pirates around a policy coordination initiative that they've launched in conjunction with some of the European pirates. And there has also been a follow-up from the German Pirate Energy Group, German Pirate Energy Working Group, who wish to do another live stream or similar event with us because it went well and they enjoyed it. Next steps are to revive the committee and to leverage those external connections to try and do what I always intended to do when I jumped in, which was to basically drive inputs to the policy dev committee and to National Council from us, and to raise Pirate Party Australia's profile worldwide, just sort of remind the Europeans and others that the Asia Pacific region exists and we're here and active. That's me.
Thanks a lot, Jay. You mentioned the Asia Pacific region is kind of prescient, I think. As I mentioned in my address earlier this morning, we face the issue of relations with China and how to navigate that, as well as developing a policy on China. Obviously, our policies have put us in a very clear position to criticize the surveillance, censorship, and state repression of the Chinese government towards the Chinese people, and we can also potentially be critical or concerned about the way in which the Chinese government has attempted to influence Australian domestic policy, and sometimes in quite a strong-armed manner. And so there's a lot of area there for us to develop a position and advocate for it, both within the international pirate movement, but also within the fusion ecosystem, and then taking that into campaigns. The pirate movement has always been a strength of ours, and it's something which we have leveraged in the past, we will continue to leverage, and is something that will continue to do so, especially with the success of the Czech pirates in the European Union and other pirate movements as well. We hope that the international movement is resurgent, and there is a lot of vibrancy there. The US Pirate Party has recently joined the Pirate Party International, and they went through a similar process to us as well, but they're possibly moving a little bit faster. The discussion of whether to join PPI isn't on the agenda for this Congress, but it would be a good one to, it would be a good thing to discuss. I agree, especially now that we have the chaos of the election behind us.
Thanks, Miles. And yeah, I fully agree around those sorts of inputs within Fusion into the foreign policy space. I think it's definitely us within Fusion that has the most knowledge around things like social media presence and state-sponsored foreign media within those social media ecosystems. We've got a lot to say there, and we should be definitely raising our voice.
Okay, do we have any questions for Jay or comments about foreign policy? Mouse has put a question in chat. What should we have as a policy position on our relations with the USA? Mirroring my comments on China, we have and will continue to be heavily critical. We have, in fact, been much more critical of the US in their own warrantless surveillance, particularly around the PRISM program and the ongoing persecution of Julian Assange, as well as the pursuit of Chelsea Manning and Edward Snowden, as well as the continued censorship and general collapse of human rights. Most recently in the US, the soft criminalization of abortion. And there's a lot of comments around jurisprudence for the abortion debate in the US. The general consensus is that regardless of whether abortion is right or wrong, morally is a morally acceptable or deplorable act. Some people are saying that the decision by the Supreme Court to instantiate into law was not done correctly. So it's hard to argue with that, but then that kind of leaves you with a void of policy at the federal government where Biden is obviously being sandbagged by reactionary, regressive elements within the Democratic Party. And Republicans have actively, numerously, and happily quoted that the more dysfunctional and incompetent and stagnated the American government is, the happier they are.
If I can just speak to that dysfunction for a moment, Miles. Yeah, I think, again, as pirates on issues like abortion, there's a moment we're in a historical moment where we're walking into a trap, I think, where those who advocate for control over women's bodies are being able to wrap that in a language of freedom, and we're perhaps in an unusual position as a mostly libertarian left party to be able to use that against them and say, hey, you know what? Actually, a libertarian position is not that. A libertarian position is the opposite. It is a woman's right to choose, and we can frame that in a language of freedom in a way that perhaps other progressives can't. And yeah, that's I think our strong point there.
Yeah, the language around restricting abortion is typically drawn from Christian theology, or sometimes almost exclusively Christian ideas. The idea that all life is sacred even before it's life, and then redefining what that means. So obviously the debate is mostly settled here in Australia. We do have access to medical abortions when and as necessary.
It is, but of course, one of the Supreme judges was confirmed after saying that they've definitely regarded Roe versus Wade as settled law. So paranoia pays.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger around that. In the confirmation hearings of some of those Supreme judges, several of them did confirm that they didn't want to readdress the Roe versus Wade. But that is all American politics, and there is a big wide world out there. So we have another question in chat from Zach. What are the benefits and obligations of Pirate Parties International? There is the only obligation is there is a member fee which is levied based on the size and assets of the organization. So it would likely to be very low or nothing for the Pirate Party Australia to join, as the member fee is assessed on application. So communications around that haven't been able to give us a clear figure. Potentially, if we were going to go into consider more strongly about applying, we probably would have more conversations around that and try to come up with a figure before going into it, or at least a range of figures.
But yes, it was confirmed as very, very low. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're potentially. Actually, I wouldn't want to put a figure on it, but yeah, it was even discussed that we might avoid having to pay a fee. So there is the General Assembly of PPI every year, which we would gain speaking rights at, and there are also regular meetings as well, which pirates worldwide are invited to attend as observers. So anyone who is interested in attending or observing the PPI meetings, they're quite friendly and open. The chair, Bailey Lamont, has done a lot of work in building unity among the international pirate movement, and I have a lot of respect for the things she's been doing. So anyone who is interested in attending, please feel free to do so and attending those meetings. And we'd love to hear and talk about it more. So we have some.
I'd say there's a soft benefit there as well. Just being part of something big and international often allows you to draw on support. It allows you to make connections, and then allows you to funnel those ideas into local politics with a bit of legitimacy that comes from membership in an organization like that. And personally speaking as well, I feel it's really nice as pirates who are effectively a party born from that technology revolution to be taking part in a worldwide organization that's leveraging that to push ideas into the mainstream of politics. I'm biased.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the ways we leveraged those international links was to last year, I organised a live stream with 3 elected pirate MEPs, members of the European Parliament, to come along and discuss the politics of Europe and what their roles were and how the European pirates were structured. That was a phenomenally successful live stream. I think it was one of the most watched and definitely one of the most interesting. And it was a really interesting experience scheduling across the time zones, as we did have 2. All 3 members, in fact, had to one had to leave early actually to attend another meeting on Parliament business, and the other 2 had to immediately go into meetings after we'd finished the live stream. So we had a very clear set duration.
Isn't that just a perfect example, right? We're a small party. We don't have anyone in Parliament. And that's suddenly there it is on screen. You have to take pirates seriously. These are elected people in the middle of their busy working days as elected representatives. That's great.
Yep, and quite influential ones as well, as they have a large role in setting the policy of the Greens EFA alliance within the European Parliament, and and the Czechs hold senior government positions as well in the governing coalition. So the Vice President of the European Parliament is currently a pirate, for example. So in Europe, the pirates are treated quite seriously as a legitimate political movement. And that is something that we have and will continue to remind Australian politics, as although the protest vote has benefited us from people who think we are a joke party in the past, moving into fusion, we're moving into a more mature political sphere or political ecosystem where we are working together quite clearly, and people can't see that protest vote anymore. And I think during the federal election earlier this year, we did see a reduction in we would have seen a reduction in that protest vote, right, as the pirate element is no longer quite so strong.
Agreed.
So there's been some significant discussion in text chat on abortion. Obviously, there is debate within the Pirate Party as well. And so, to my knowledge, I don't think we have a strong official position on abortion in the party platform. Someone may correct me on that, but I doubt it, because I've possibly read more of the platform than anyone else in the last 5 years. Yep, so we do actually have a point. Expand protections within the Victorian Abortion Law Reform Act 2008 nationwide to provide baseline legal abortion services. So Andrew did make the point that our abortion laws are in Australia mostly at a state level, similar to the USA. And so part of our policy platform has for a number of years been to expand those state regulations to a national level. So that is something that we can and probably should campaign on, given the relevance, given the recent events in the US. But obviously, there will always be debate and discussion around improving, changing, tweaking, or modifying our platform. Interestingly, the same part of our policy platform, I'll just briefly mention this, also supports euthanasia and decriminalising assisted suicide with conditions. So anyone who's interested in reading about that can go to our platform and learn more. And obviously, with the live stream we have with the German pirates, we are actively discussing and stimulating policy discussion and development with the international movement as well. And the Chilean pirates now are going through a similar sort of international policy encapsulation process, and so we're contributing to that with the.
I'd say there's definitely room for 2 or 3 of those to run in parallel. There's just so many different ways that we can cross-fertilize, especially once you've got parties that are actively making laws and, sitting on committees. They're going to have not just lessons to teach us, but they're going to have structural differences that emerge from that we can learn from, and we can just cross-fertilize, exchange ideas. No limits.
Yep, absolutely. Now, I'm aware we are slightly over schedule, so I'd like to bring these questions discussions to an end shortly, but I'll give it a couple of minutes for any final comments or questions anyone has for Jay or the International Relations Committee or our foreign policy more generally. So the next agenda items will be to go into the announced motions. And after that, we'll be going into lunch at 12:30. So the announced motions include constitutional, formal, and policy motions. We have one constitutional amendment, no formal, and I believe 4 policy motions. So it's likely we'll get through those today.
Okay, thanks, Miles. I'll drop off Ninja now. It's always good to have a nice 18 minutes to prepare some material. Cheers, guys.
Thanks a lot, Jay. Thanks for coming on, and have a great afternoon.
Cheers.
So we still have some conversation going on in Discord chat. And you're obviously all welcome to continue that. However, I'd like to move on to the constitutional amendment now, the next agenda item. So this is Cap 1, casual vacancies, put by Alex Jago. Alex, would you like to present this cap, or would you... hang on, Alex has reminded me that we need to motion to accept the reports.
Hang on, motion to accept the reports first.
Thanks. Yep. Procedural item there. We are required to accept the Treasurer's report. And
Hang on.
I guess
I'm actually going to
to
change that around slightly. Hold up, guys. Don't vote yet.
So for formality's sake, we should probably vote on the reports separately, particularly the financial report.
There we go. Motion: accept the president's, secretaries, treasurers, policy development officers, and international relations officers' reports on block. Start voting now.
Start voting yet?
Oh wait, Miles says no.
Yes. So I just want to give a moment. If anyone has any other suggestions or proposals for what we could do, if anyone wanted to vote on these items individually, which is the more formal way of doing it, it is a little bit easier, obviously, to go through and accept them all together. And voting on a motion to accept these is party endorsement of these reports and the sentiments expressed within them. Obviously, the financial report is quite important. We do have legal obligations around that, but also myself and Alex's report, and also Andrew and Jay's report.
Shall we split the financial report out then?
I would prefer to have it separately. Yep, just for formality's sake.
Okay. In that case, we'll do 2 motions then, because the financial one has the financial one matters, and the rest of them a little less so. Okay.
Exactly.
In that case, we go.
Okay, the first motion is to accept the financial report as presented by the Treasurer. Okay, start your votes. Will we have a few abstentions for this one?
Nice.
So there is no formal procedure around requirements to abstain. It is obviously respectful and traditional to abstain from a motion if it affects you, unless you're presenting the motion, in which case you're expected to vote in favour of your own motion. You may wish to abstain from this motion if you haven't read the report, if you don't understand the report, or if you don't think it's relevant to you. The Pirate Party has always been open around our finances, and endorsing this report, we will send it off to the
Fusion exec.
yeah, obviously it'll go to the Fusion exec. It'll also go off to the New South Wales, whatever the New South Wales body is that we're fair trading, whatever they're called. So I'll get a copy as well. And the motions to amend our constitution will also be going off to New South Wales incorporated associations. They are New South Wales Fair Trading. Yeah, they will. That's our administering body.
One of our regulatory bodies.
Regulatory bodies. Thanks. Okay, I'll give that another 30 seconds. Voting seems to have slowed down. Then after this, we'll vote to endorse the other reports. So we run an open ship. Anyone is welcome to comment, contribute, or participate in the activities and direction of the party. We encourage it. We need it as well to make this ship float. And so a big part of that is participating in the National Council. Members are invited and encouraged to attend and help direct things and participate in those discussions around the direction of the party as well. Okay, let's close voting there. That motion passes. Now, Alex, would you like to write the second motion?
Mostly it's copying the previous one and editing it. Mm-hmm.
So John's report, the Treasurer's report, is up on the wiki. I have not put my report up yet, but I will endeavour to do so. Alex, will you be uploading your report anywhere?
I already have.
Excellent.
Can I?
Obviously, the recording as well will be up there. So Roger's raised an important point that part of Alex's motions are in fact written in French. That's bad form, and we should not be, even though some of us do in fact speak a little French.
Okay, I'll restate that then.
English.
That's
Probably
it's a standard term of art in
requirements to use Australian English.
Doled. My report is on. It's currently uploaded on the forum. I simply read it. Miles's is, I expect, pre-written, but is not currently anywhere, and the other two were delivered verbally.
I'll upload my report as a PDF to the wiki probably this afternoon.
So if you like, Gold, I can amend my motion to include the words as presented.
Alex, I'm happy with your recent motion text.
Cool.
So the motion is to accept the President, Secretary, Policy Development Officer, and International Relations Officer reports as a block. Okay, I'll give it a moment if anyone else wants to have a think about that wording. Don't start voting yet. We'll see if we can do this in 2 minutes. Okay, start your votes on that. I is an acceptance and endorsement of these reports. Is the sentiment of the party, direction the party has been, where the party is going, our vision for what the party is and what it should be doing. We'll give it another 30 seconds. Okay, close voting there. Passes. The next item is the constitutional amendments. Alex, would you like to present your cap 1?
Sure. So hang on, I'll post a link to the specific motion both in the chat and on the video chat. And so I'm should be there both in the and all the chats. So this is quite a small amendment proposed. The Constitution currently provides a fairly restrictive set of requirements on the National Council, as is largely appropriate, around when casual vacancies occur. For example, if someone doesn't attend a meeting, if a National Council member doesn't attend any meetings for a certain amount of time, they're automatically kicked from the council, for example. And then we have a quite short amount of time to fill that casual vacancy. What I'm proposing with Cap 1 is that if a vacancy occurs on the NC for whatever reason, and it's less than 90 days until the next National Congress, then that vacancy can simply be held over until Congress, when all positions are up for re-election anyway. And so this means we don't have to run a by-election to appoint someone who will potentially serve a very short amount of time. Currently, the Constitution sort of implies that there's roughly 28 days worth of grace period, because it says you've got 7 days to fill the vacancy by inviting any unsuccessful candidates to fill the position, and then you've got to hold an election 21 days later. I think anyone reasonable would interpret that to mean if National Congress is less than 21 days later, then you can not hold a by-election. So we've already got a little bit of leeway, but it would be far superior. Suppose someone resigned or missed enough meetings such that their position was caused to be vacant, 42 days before National Congress was announced, 42 days before National Congress, which is when it's announced. Then we would theoretically have to hold a by-election 2 weeks before National Congress, and this is stupid. Hence this proposal. If anyone wants, there was some discussion when I first drafted the motion as to 90 days or 60 days. Since National Congress is announced quite a long way out, we eventually decided to go with a 90-day period, because you've got 21 to 28 days to fill the the position, then even on a 60-day period, that gets us like an extra 4 weeks or something. So it's 90 days is not a lot of time. By usually 90 days out, unless it's an election year, we are already getting into preparing for Congress mode. Yeah, I think I've waffled on enough about this. So let me, I might add a couple of notes on procedure for those who haven't been to Pirate National Congress before. When we pass substantive motions like this one at Congress, they then proceed to an online ballot of all full members of the party in the fortnight following Congress. So if we elect not to pass a policy motion or a constitutional amendment motion, then that dies here. So we're a gatekeeper for the online voting, effectively. This means that anyone who can't make it to Congress still gets to vote against anything particularly destructive, and the default is, of course, the status quo. The National Council, okay, Adam, the National Council may opt to leave the vacancy unfilled. So all decisions of the National Council, yeah, that means effectively a National Council vote. All National Council decisions must be made with an absolute majority, an absolute 2/3 majority of the National Council. So, yeah, it means that the default remains that it doesn't remove any of the requirement to hold the election unless the National Council, unless it's less than 90 days out and the National Council says, you know what, we don't need to fill this position. So the default actually remains to fill the position, but in practice we expect the NC to choose not to fill it, simply because there's so little time left.
This is something that popped up and was relevant this year, but I guess it's been relevant to previous years as well as an option we could have taken. Just makes it a little bit easier, and a new NC member coming in to fill out the last couple of months of a term, there's practically not enough time there to really get to grips with the role or carry out much or do anything with it. This was the discussion we had, so it would also in some ways be kind of unfair to that councillor as well to come in and not really get the full experience there in the end of a term. So there's a lot of things going on or projects just finishing, and it's kind of a sink or swim, and it's not really sufficient time to get to grips with the role and get to learn it. So it is there is no expected duties of a baseline councillor apart from turning up to meetings and voting on decisions. We would expect you to weigh in on discussions and have an opinion, and eventually transition towards taking on a few or sharing a bit of the work with the other councillors. But at this cutoff period, 3 months, there's not really enough time to go through that process. So it doesn't seem to be much discussion. Let's move on to a vote. Alex, would you like to put the motion? And just to echo as well the procedural stuff. We vote for these motions on the floor of Congress. If they pass, then they go on to a full member vote. So essentially this is congressional endorsement of the motion before it's adopted. If this motion fails, then Congress has rejected it and the motion doesn't go any further. It's shut down here. So Alex is just writing his motion now.
How do I normally I'm just going to remind myself of how we normally pass these motions.
We just take a motion to endorse the amendment, or a motion to adopt the amendment. Yeah, I think it's adopt is the wording.
Yeah.
You could just say adopt cap 1 casual vacancies.
Yeah, I think it's approve, adopt.
Congress votes to adopt it. Okay, place your votes. Just remember to hold voting until I say to start the votes, as we do need to allow time to discuss a motion before voting on it. And so typing in the wording of the motion into chat doesn't mean that voting can start straight away. It just means that we can then view the proposed wording in text and suggest any amendments to it. And it is quite common, particularly in the National Council, when we go to vote on something, that we'll want to see the wording and tweak the wording before we vote on it. And it's a collective process, democracy, a collective process to determine what we want, discuss issues, and come to a conclusion or resolution. And so we do need to have that review there. Thank you to everyone who is voting. This Constitution is a living document that was first drafted in, I believe, 2009 or thereabouts, and it has undergone contributions from many, many people over the years, almost as many as our policy platform. I hope not as many as our policy platform. Not as many people have contributed to it, but many people have contributed to both, certainly. And so, unlike the American Constitution, we're not constitutional originalists. If something isn't working, we'll change it. We have changed it many times. Mandrake has pointed out there used to be a vote count bot. Yes, that's true. But it's a bit of a case of a solution in search of a problem. It's nice to have, but not essential. We can just count the votes. Okay, I'll give another 30 seconds for that one. So just while waiting for that to tick down, the final agenda items for today are to discuss the policy motions and then deal with any floor motions people want to make. I will suggest, so the agenda calls for lunch at 12:30. It is currently almost 20 past 12. I would suggest we go straight into lunch, but we'll discuss that in a minute. Let's close voting there. Zach's made a comment that the originalist position in regards to the US Constitution relates to the meaning behind the words, not a disregard for the amendments. Well, as the Pirate Party Constitution is largely an administrative document, a lot of procedural stuff there. The section which has undergone the least amendments is probably the vision, value, and principles. Okay, that one passes. Thank you very much. Now that will go out to a full party vote after Congress. Now I propose we go for lunch. Lunch will be 1 hour. We'll return at approximately 20 minutes past 1. I'll set a timer. Does anyone want to go. However, does anyone want to go straight into the policy motions now? In which case, vote against the following motion, which I'm about to lodge. Okay, place your votes. Going for 1 hour. So we are approximately in line with the schedule. We're very close to the schedule, in fact, which is great. And quite rare as well. Usually we'll go over. We have actually had, I believe, more reports than usual. It's not traditional for the officers to provide reports, but I've begun doing so as I believe it's a way for us to be more transparent and to greater encourage activity and contribution within the party. And definitely the IR committee has been inactive for a long time, up until recently when we resurrected it. And so that's something that there is an extra need for transparency around and encouragement for people to participate. We have an abstention in chat. The reason given it's not lunchtime in Perth yet. Time zones strike again. At least we don't have Will the Norwegian or any of our American or European other European friends here. The time zones would be even more wacky. We'll give a little bit longer for that vote. Yep, so just to reiterate, after lunch, we'll be doing the policy motions. Shortly, I'll link them in chat for everyone to peruse. I highly suggest everyone read the policy motions prior to or over lunch if you haven't already. The reason being, we will be going immediately after lunch, we'll be going into discussing them, debating them, and then voting on them. And I'm looking forward to some spirited debate. We do have some interesting ones there, some spicy ones there. So this should be good. All right, I will close voting there. That motion passes. We're going to return at, so apparently my clock is a little bit fast. Yeah, okay, so the stream time is 16 minutes past 12, so let's return at 16 minutes past 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and adjusting for, everyone else can adjust for their own time zones. Let's go to a splash screen. Thank you very much. I'll actually, before we do, I'll just quickly link the motions in chat. And request to everyone, please read these over lunch if you haven't already, even just to get a gist, to be aware of what we're going into. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys in an hour. And let's go to a I should have set up like this. Alex, you're here?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy to resume then. You and I are here. Let's get the Bryn, you're here as well. Let's get the stream coming back. Excellent, thank you. Is audio live? All right. Let's formally resume the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Item 1, Capital Gains Tax Report by Andrew Downing and Varno. Is Varno with us this afternoon?
To the best of my knowledge, he is not.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, we got a bit of background noise. Not sure where it's coming from.
It's quiet here.
Might be Bryn. Alex thinks it's you, Andrew.
Me?
Got any pigeons back there? All right, I think
And I'll just mute myself, see if it goes away.
Okay, Andrew, would you like to present your motion?
Well, I'm going to have to go back online. And here we go. All right. So PM1 is a proposal for capital gains tax reform. Specifically, we're trying to close some key, particularly a major key loophole in the way that capital gains tax works that has for a very, very long time served as a major dodge for predominantly the ultra wealthy of the nation. I think I'll initially just read it out as written, and so it's on record that way for anybody who doesn't read it directly, and then perhaps a light discussion and open for questions. So the title is Closing Capital Gains Tax Loopholes. Capital gains tax, or CGT, is the tax that you pay on profits from selling assets such as property. Capital gains taxable profit comes from increases in the value of a property between buying it and selling it. CGT applies when the profit has been realized, that is, so that it doesn't force businesses into business disruption. When you realize the gain through having sold it, you at that point the tax may apply. CGT applies at your income tax rate, as the same rate of whatever your income rate, tax rate is, to avoid tax dodges by people shifting asset versus income profits, because that was their previous dodge. So making them the same rate avoids that. However, current CGT regulations provide unfair benefit to wealthy asset holders versus regular income earners. There's a 50% discount on capital gains tax after an asset has been owned for 1 year, which seems a bit arbitrary. Further, the CGT is commonly avoided by borrowing against the market value of an asset. Now, that is the large loophole in this regulation, this taxation reform, in the sense that you may have a property, large investment business property that you've held for decades if you're very wealthy, and its value may be vastly beyond what you purchased it for, but you never sell it. You just borrow against it to get as much capital as you feel like, and you're never taxed on that. So that is it is a way that the long-term wealthy avoid tax. So in consideration of this, there are a few clearly identifiable factors that may contribute to capital gains, some of which are more clearly reasonable targets for taxation than others. Firstly, there's speculation. That's the value went up due to increased speculation or demand on property value. Another is economic growth. The economy grew over time and lifting all property prices with it. Another is improvement. You actually made improvement to the property such that its value increased. Another is inflation, which is to say that the currency in which the value of your asset is denominated became devalued, so the number went up. The first two of those, speculation and economic growth, are gains that were achieved without the owner contributing any actual value to the economy. And as such, we should view them as valid and significant targets for taxation. Improvements to the property are a different story. They do, in fact, require the generation and contribution of economic value by the owner. And it is, in fact, the value they themselves added to the property that caused the increase there. And so, as such, that should not particularly be a target for taxation. Inflation, similarly, is a change in the value of the dollar the value is counted in, and as such, we should discount any apparent gains according to inflation before we apply CGT, because otherwise we're taxing people on the devaluation of their own the currency rather than the actual increase in the asset. So inflation does not seem to be a good target for taxation. Meanwhile, inheritance also is a touchy subject around CGT. We believe that inheritance should not force a CGT event. Just because you inherited a property, you shouldn't therefore suddenly get whacked with a giant capital gains tax bill that forces you to sell, say, your parents' house that you just inherited or something like that. You should just carry forward the obligation. So this converges on a set of recommendations, and some of this is a little bit clever, but you want to have a bit of a listen to the detail to make sense out of it. And so Pie Party Australia proposes the following specific reforms at point form level. As per current capital gains tax law, this is stuff we don't want to change. Owner-occupiers would continue to be CGT exempt on their primary residence. So we're not talking about suddenly taxing you on the house you live in, as is currently the case. Capital loss on sale may offset current or future gains. That's as per today, no change. Your CGT taxation rate is the same as your income tax rate, no change to that. So leave all those things the same. Remove the 1 year 50% CGT discount rule. So this thing where you get 50% off after a year, no, don't have that anymore. Nominally, that was supposed to be some kind of a thing that was about encouraging longer term investments or something. I don't think it really effectively worked that way. It's really, in many ways, the sort of we can get back to what this is about. So then there's a simple set of rules to how this operates. So on asset purchase, we would record what you'd call the CGT basis. That's the asset purchase price. That's the price you purchased your asset for, your property or whatever. On asset sale, CGT would apply to the difference between basically the sale price, what you sold it for, minus any depreciated improvements, standard depreciation rules in accounting, minus an inflation indexed CGT basis. So whatever your original CGT basis was at the time when you purchased it, inflation adjusts that, add any depreciation of your improvements you made, and subtract that from the sale price, and that's in effect the speculative and economic growth based gains that we were suggesting should be good targets for taxation, and then we would tax those at the standard rate, which is be your current income tax rate. Now the subtle point is on asset use to secure debt, that is to say, you borrow against the property. If it works out that the total secured debt minus the depreciated improvements and the inflation-based CGT basis is greater than $0, which is to say you've clearly borrowed more than the recognized basis for the value of that property, then you are actually at this point in time gaining, realizing a capital gain. You're realizing it in the form of debt taken out against this property, but you are clearly actually realizing that. And therefore, we would apply CGT to that amount, the amount that you had clearly realized, and you'll be taxed at that time. On asset transfer as a gift, inheritance, or change of CGT, exempt owner-occupier status, which is to say if you were an owner-occupier and you moved out or you went the other way, then the new holder of the asset may request a formal reevaluation of their asset if they want to. If you don't reevaluate it like that, then the prior owner's CGT basis would apply. So you can force a reevaluation, or you can just go with whatever was applying to it before, and you're essentially taking on the liability of the previous state. The general rationale for all this is we want to close capital gains loopholes. The current CGT regulations provide an unfair benefit to wealthy asset holders versus regular income holders. The 50% gain discount seems a bit of a rort in general, and is not really reflective of inflation. So we've really come up with a inflation-adjusted model instead in place of that 50% discount, and we've put in specific rules to account for the intermediate sort of realization of value from your asset that you might acquire by borrowing against that asset. And with that, we've been, I think, quite fair and reasonable in allowing that depreciated improvements on the property that you may have done and inflation are being accounted for in there. And it's only the amount that's clearly above the that value that we can clearly prove based around the inflated and improved value of the land. So if you're realizing value that's accrued just because the market went a bit stupid and the prices all went up, or the economy in general gained, that's what we're targeting. And even if you realize that through secured loans, then we're going to tax you on that. That's more or less it. I'll open to questions and so we go from there. Hope that made sense. Miles?
Do we have any questions in chat? I think there's some discussion. There's some discussion. This is quite a technical policy. In general, I think this would be good. Yeah, someone else might put a comment about looking at more closely at gifts and inheritance, and having an inheritance tax is something I've talked about as well. It is something which has been tried before and failed spectacularly in Australian politics. I think it was maybe 2012 federal election or something. The Liberals branded it a death tax and said, look, Labor even wants to put a tax on dying, and that was disappointingly successful. And inheritance tax would and should really only target huge and obscene amounts of money being passed around by the super wealthy. There's no reason why, or at least my personal opinion is that there's not really a socially justifiable reason why that is, and it certainly kind of hits back on the free market mantra of hard work and independence will know you're only successful in business because you got handed a few $1 million from your parents.
One of the things that I think has been happening over the last few decades in just general wealth distribution in the population is that the youth of the nation have been having a bit of a hard time. There's a lot more costs up front to actually potentially getting yourself set up to actually gain any economic value over time. It's harder to get into housing or anything else, harder to get over your student debt and all these other sorts of things. And so a lot of value has been accruing in the hands of the elderly. Now, inheritance is one of the key ways in which that value gets passed on to the younger generations. And so things that very broadly get in the way of that could actually be kind of bad. It's like you kind of want that the youth of the nation picks up some significant lumps of money to go and start creating the businesses of the future and driving their whole thing forward. So wealth transfer to the youth of the nation, it's kind of awkward if you actively block that. There's another kind of problem there as well with things like, say, your parents die and the family home is left to you, and then suddenly, just because your parents died, you inherited this house, which was where you were trying to live, you now incur a tax burden instantly. Means suddenly not only your parents died, but you get kicked out of your own house because you can't afford to own it. Things like that cause a pretty strong rebellion against those kinds of laws. If you were going to do them, you would want to put a very, let's say, quite a high cap on the limits around that, and only apply it to the ultra wealthy end of that scale. Even then, it's going to be awkward. So I don't think it's as straightforward as some of the simplified arguments around this might suggest. So in the way we've laid out this particular policy, for example, you'll see what we're suggesting there is that, say you did inherit a property, well, the CGT obligation around that did not reset with your inheritance. The default position there is, well, the value when it was purchased is the value back when your parents purchased it. Now you inherited it, and when you go and sell that, well, the CGT differential, the amount, the gain that will be calculated if you sell that, goes all the way back to the point when your parents purchased it. So you're not, in that sense, dodging the tax obligations that your parents might have had if they'd sold it, just because it was inherited. That's still there and still accumulating. So we're not giving some preferential treatment that suddenly applies just because there was an inheritance involved. We're carrying forward that obligation. Does that make sense?
So we have a little bit of discussion still going on in the Discord channel. I'm happy to keep that going. It doesn't look like there's any questions coming forward.
And to Gold, we do in fact already have a land tax policy, so no change there.
So I'm happy to leave the conversation going for a little bit longer. I think we can, we can easily allocate about 30 to 45 minutes for each of these motions. So it's only been about 20 minutes. So we've really only been about halfway through a lot of time for this motion. So there is plenty more time to discuss this a little bit. A lot of the discussion seems to be around related tax issues. So we talk a little bit about inheritance again, a little bit about land tax,
I can
income
see a
tax.
question. Does this policy affect family trusts? There's a question there.
Thanks, John. Andrew?
Does it affect family trusts? Only in as much as if the family trust purchased an asset and then sold it later, CGT would apply. Just the same rules would apply to the trust as they apply to anybody else, I believe. But and the trust is not a way to avoid the tax in the first place. It just tends to make the rate be the business rate rather than the personal income tax rate. So that may well, I think the trust issue is more to do with that. It's the trust is a way to skip out of your personal interest rate and have gains apply at the business tax rate. That's essentially what the trust thing is, and this basically doesn't touch that concept. I'm not sure I'd want to mix that concept in here. If we wanted to have an independent policy that was about the use of trusts in Australia in general, that might be a good idea. I don't think that we could clearly address that in this policy per se, because it's way more general than the loophole situation we're trying to address in CGT today. That doesn't mean I'm against dealing with the trust issue. It's just I don't see it fitting into this policy. It would be like a strange wart on the side of it that tried to touch on a much broader issue.
Well, I can't speak for the questioner, but that does sound fair enough.
Yeah, in general, when you're writing policies, you want them to be as sort of discreet as you can make them, to touch a subject, deal with it clearly, end of story. So if we want to deal with trusts, yeah, I would support the idea of having some well thought out policy on how to deal with things like family trusts in taxation. That would be a fruitful area of investigation, but it's way broader than what this can address, I think. Does anybody else think there are any further questions outstanding in the discussion, the chat?
Just a little more discussion.
I can see Morton saying that something is essentially doubling current CGT would be hard to get public approval. The media would spin it as such. So that's a discussion between Roger and Morton. I don't know, is that something we want to wade into here? Or just leave it as comments on chat? Oh, I'll also personally observe that our policies often need a bit of unpacking, and the question is, whether we actually get a media platform where we can actually explain our policies rather than just having them dismissed. But that's always going to be a problem, and you can but hope that a small niche party will have better opportunities to explain its niche policies. At least I would hope so, anyway.
A flat tax is also quite difficult politically. Most left wingers will rightfully see it as a shifting of the tax burden, but then wrongfully assume that it is a unfair allocation of the tax burden. As you need to look into the allocation of other taxes and where wealth actually is stored. So with our proposal to bring in land tax and then here closing CGT tax reforms, that is where a large amount of the wealth is stored by the ultra wealthy and more wealthy demographics. So we can more justifiably shift to a flatter tax or a totally flat tax because the tax burden has already been increased on those large assets.
Well, I think the thing about the tax rate is it's incrementally flat, and we actually have a negative income tax, sort of a welfare payment at the low end. So it's an incrementally flat rate of tax. You know, normally you think of a flat rate of taxes intersecting the origin at XY, which it doesn't do. It's got an offset. So, yeah, but again, you have to have the opportunity to explain that. I hope what I'm saying is something that everyone here is agreeing with. So.
Yeah, indeed. I'd say more broadly that the progressiveness of our tax policy can't properly be judged purely on the income tax thing, because we're actually advocating for a shift away from income tax and toward land taxes. And land taxes are extremely progressive in their nature. So the net effect of the overall tax package that we're proposing, particularly if we now included this capital gains tax reform, would be a very strong shift in the direction of a more progressive taxation. You have to consider it all together, really, is what I'm saying.
I can see a recent question by Morton, which is hopefully an apposite question.
The thing that we're doing with the CGT thing versus the 50% CGT discount mass selling of assets before the date, I don't think that would quite work out like that, because what we have in its place is the depreciated improvements and the inflation adjustment. The people that would want to get rid of it suddenly were the people that were planning to just pick up and dump very speculatively, like a property. So they bought a unit. They weren't really interested in holding it for the long term. They were just grab it, hold on to it for 1 year, sell it straight away. They were going to do that anyway. That was the plan. That's why they were hanging out for that 1 year boundary. And we kind of don't want that practice anyway. What we actually want is that people, if they're buying investment properties, you want them to be investing those in the long term. You want them to see that making improvements to the properties will be accounted for in this, and you get a discount for that. Realizing that any gains they may have are in fact now going to be inflation adjusted. So just because the world, the currency inflated, doesn't mean you're going to lose out for that, right? These things didn't exist prior, and so what they produce between those two factors is a nice smooth curve to the benefits that you gain through holding this over a longer period of time. And so it's a better incentive in many ways for longer term investment in properties. where it becomes a nice inflation hedge in some ways. Like you can put your money there and you're not losing value against inflation, but you are gaining value in terms of the ultimate property resale value. And but yes, you're going to get taxed on those gains as you would on any other gains in any other kind of investment. So the net long-term effect, I think, will be smoothed out by those factors. And what we would prefer overall would be that if investors were to shift to, let's say, more productive investments, we, pirate party as a whole, tend to dislike the sort of rent-seeking kind of investment. We would prefer that people, if they want to invest in things, well, invest in some business or opportunity that is actually generating value in the community. That would be better, as opposed to investing in dumb assets and then waiting for the number to go up. That's not generating value in the community. It's just rent-seeking. So I think the structure of this policy would tend to mediate that effect somewhat of the people. So people wouldn't necessarily, if they thought about the economics of this, any kind of long-term investor would be fine. They just carry on. And it's only the really short-term speculators that we kind of didn't want in there anyway, that would be inclined to get rid of it. And that would tend to cap off the ongoing rampant increase in property prices in Australia, which is also kind of a goal. Housing affordability is a thing that a lot of people care about. You kind of don't want all that to suddenly dump and die horribly. General preference is for policies that would tend to at least slow or halt the general broad growth of asset prices that have been going on for years. I mean, the property prices in Australia have been accelerating away far faster than inflation could possibly justify, which means that it's a asset inflation is what we've been seeing, and that really needs to be pulled to a stop. If we don't pull that to a stop, then future generations will simply never be able to afford to own a home. It would be utterly out of reach. We're nearly there now, frankly. So asset prices need to stop going up. That's all there is to it. If we want future generations to be able to even think about having a property of their own that they could live in. That's probably about all I've got to say on that.
Okay, looks like the discussion has started to slow down. I'd like to move towards a vote. Andrew, would you like to place a motion to adopt this PM?
Yes, I'll do that. Actually, one final comment. I should give due credit to regular participant in Pirate Party forums, Vano, who was the instigator of this particular idea, particularly the general structure of how we do that. So thank you, Vano. Good contribution. Chair. Does that seem like an acceptable wording for the motion?
Yep, I'm quite happy for that. I'll just there was some debate around. Now, interestingly, there was some debate around our UBI policy going into Fusion last year, but broadly speaking, most of our partners were supportive of it. And so, if this motion passes, it will then go out to the Congress will endorse it and it'll go out to a full party vote, and then go into our platform for us to take into an election and as part of a joint Fusion platform. Yeah, the construction site was me. I apologize. I had a window open. Okay, it looks like the voting is finishing up. I'll give it another 30 seconds. Close voting, that one passes. Thank you very much. Now the next two PMs are both from the next three PMs are all from Tyrone. So PM2 is climate change and energy update. Can we get Tyrone on the stream? Some debate around the pigeons in the background. Bryn, I'm not seeing Tyrone. Oh, wait, there he is. All right, let's do an audio test. Tyrone, can we hear you? All right, let's do an audio test. Tyrone, can we hear you?
Alright, let's do an audio test. Tyron, can we hear you?
Can you hear me, Miles?
Yep, sounds good. Sorry about the echoes there, everyone. All right, Tyron, PM2, climate change and energy. Would you like to speak to this one?
Yes, thanks everyone. So this is an update to the existing climate change and energy policy. So I've reworded it just to give to make the language a bit more robust. Given that this previous federal election indicated that there is a strong desire from the Australian public for greater action on climate change. I felt that we needed to have a stronger stance on climate change and energy policy. Energy policy, in particular, has become quite front and center, given the bit of an energy crisis that we're in at the moment. So it's up on the wiki if people want to read that. I can give people a little bit of a time to read that, or do you want me to read it out for people?
What I would suggest is identifying the specific changes that you're proposing to make.
Okay. So the changes in particular is that the wording in the start of the policy refers to the scientific consensus on human activity and the burning of fossil fuels in changing the Earth's climate, and the need to act to address that. I've also changed some of the wording around the energy market, which was slightly out of date and also a little bit difficult for the general public to understand. So I've just put here that the current energy market has shown itself to be a failure and it is in need of reform. This failure was made clear when the Australian energy market operator had to suspend the entire national electricity market to avoid major blackouts across 5 states. A reform process must be undertaken to ensure supply and root out rent seeking and profiteering within the energy system. So this was identified by a range of professionals and stakeholders in the last month or so, that basically generators are not playing fair and there's a bit of profiteering going on, and also some of the generation that we thought we had on the system is not really providing the value for what we've paid for it, given subsidies and things like that. So we need to have a review of the system and reform it to ensure that it's up to scratch. For the advocated reforms, I've got that we should. One of the significant changes is that we would remove all legislative prohibitions on the use of nuclear energy, nuclear fuel fabrication, reprocessing, and uranium mining. And that we would remove taxes on electric vehicles and work to adopt a universal plug for electric vehicles. So this has been a challenge that infrastructure planners have identified for Australia moving forward, is that various electric vehicle companies have their own proprietary plugs for their battery electric vehicles, and this makes building a standardized infrastructure really difficult. Now, obviously, we need to have some innovation in this space because it's not a fully mature technology yet, and we still don't know what the best design will be. But we should try to have some formal process towards moving towards a standardized plug going forward, so that if we are to have this infrastructure, we're not having needless redundancies.
So there's a number of small to moderate changes here, which are quite detailed. The preamble, which doesn't itself have policy commitments within it, does have a slight change on emphasis in a few points. Then the specific policy positions have the addition of some points removing the regulation, or rather removing the restrictions on nuclear power, adding a mention to fusion power, and changing the exported thermal coal price. So $2 was based off, so this policy was set a number of years ago. $2 is quite small by today's standards. There has been an increasing boom on coal revenue, mostly through export, but also quite an amount of gas export revenue. So generalizing that, I would agree, is probably a good idea. I think this one would probably need quite a lot of review. So we have multiple questions going through chat. It's about 4 or 5 formal questions. So the first one is from Jed B. In the third paragraph, would it be better to replace have the most known uranium with have very high known uranium and thorium reserves?
Yeah, we could change that. I'm not wedded to that exact wording, so I'm happy to take that suggestion if they want to amend that.
Okay. Alex, are you able to amend that, or possibly Roger? So the next question, so Tyron accepts that amendment. The next question is from Gold. Sorry, I missed yours earlier. So the question is, how long are we planning to remove taxes on EVs? I agree with all the rest of your points, but that point is a big one for me.
Yeah, so we're not in government, so and we don't know when we would get a chance to enact this policy. So I guess whenever the policy was being the legislation was being proposed, you'd have to look at how far we are in our transition to electric vehicles to kind of see where you would draw the line on that. It's a good question. I think we can probably leave it generalized at the moment, given that we're not, likely to be part of a government that would be enacting that. But I'm happy to take suggestions.
So John has indicated he wants to say something, but I'll. John, did you want to make a comment over the stream on this? You're next in the speaking order.
Yes, that's right. But I thought that the polite thing to do is to request speaking time on the Discord stream. But I'm happy to speak. I'm happy for you to queue me up for later if you prefer. Are you happy for me to speak now?
Yep, John, you are next in the speaking order.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess my general observation is that we did have a mildly pro-nuclear policy originally, and this is making that pro-nuclear policy a lot more strident than it was in the past. And, I suppose in our party we have a balance between, I guess, saying that we are evidence-based and then worrying about, how we're going to market our ideas and what our weirdness budget is. So I'm actually mildly pro-nuclear, but I do wonder if we're going to get that much of a return on being greatly increasing the stridency with which we're talking about nuclear power, and that's my major concern. And I suppose the other things I guess I'm less concerned about either way. But having said that, if the general membership really wants to run in the direction of nuclear power and we, have a bunch of people, at the gates with torches and pitchforks sort of thing, I'll clearly listen to that. And another thing, Tyrone, who knows? Maybe there will be an election campaign where you'll be able to run with these things and really make a splash, and I guess make a positive splash. And if that's the sort of thing that perhaps will happen, strange to say, that sort of self-interest is something that I would endorse, because there's a difference between that and then someone dumping a bunch of policy on us and wandering off into the distance, and we're going, what do we do now? So it's strange to say, I'm actually more supportive of someone with a bit of self-interest around this policy, who is actually willing to take the energy of making a splash and taking it to the electorate. And maybe that controversy would be good. But I have a major worry that, is this controversy actually going to be a net benefit or a net cost to the party? But having said that, it's nice to be principled, even if it's going to cost us popularity, and that's a balance to be thought about carefully. So who knows? I'm not sure I'd want to vote against this, but I may well be abstaining. We'll see how we go. But equally, if it does pass, I'm not going to lose sleep over it either. So there you go. I felt the need to say that, but I'll shut up and give other people a chance.
Am I able to speak to that, Miles, or do we have others?
That's fine. You're welcome to respond.
Yeah, thanks, John. I guess my response to that would be that polling from a number of polling companies has found that the majority of Australians support nuclear energy, and that there's strong support even amongst Greens voters and Labor voters. So those who we might consider potential Pirate Party voters, there is strong support there, greater than 40%, in fact, for both Labor and the Greens. So I don't think this is a controversial position to have within the general public of Australia. And I think that there are people who are looking for progressive parties that will take a stronger position on nuclear energy in the face of climate change. I know myself, part of the reason I joined the Pirate Party and Fusion was that they were willing to at least discuss nuclear, unlike, say, the Greens or the Labor Party. And I know many people who are in a similar position to myself that are desperately looking for a progressive party that will engage with the nuclear discussion. So I take your point, but I would say that there is evidence to the contrary.
Oh, well, I suppose the thing to do is to plonk your evidence in the chat, and maybe that would have been a better part to be incorporated in the rationale. But I know what it's like to write something, and after you've finished it, everyone chucks rocks. So I have a certain amount of sympathy for you in your position, because by golly, I've been in that situation myself. But I would only say it's great that you're making these claims. I'd be happier if you actually had that documented and linked. So
Pop that into the Discord now.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to the speaking stack now. Once again, I've gone off the order slightly, and I apologize. The next question is from MilSpec, which is, I love the carbon tax, but why remove the GST on energy? Tyrone.
Hang on, let me just get back to where I was. This was a holdover from the existing policy. I was not really concerned about that when I was changing my emphasis. I thought there was already general consensus within the party around that position, so I just held it over from the existing policy. So I don't have a position on that exactly. That's where I stand on that. I guess I don't know what the rationale was for including it in the policy originally, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay, the next question is also from MilSpec, and it is, how do we get electric vehicle owners to contribute to the cost of road maintenance and construction?
That's a that's a good question. It's not something that's addressed in this policy, and it wasn't really the focus of my attempt to change this policy. So I think that's something that we would have to investigate going forward if we want to have an official party position on that, or it's something that if we were to get elected, we could just engage in common sense and look at the evidence on that. So I'm happy to work with Milspec and others going forward on developing a policy for that. But yeah, it's not part of this policy proposal.
Okay, the next question is from Jed B, who asks, in the third reform point, what is meant by food additives to reduce farm emissions?
Okay, so again, this is a holdover from the existing policy, but there are things like I believe it was the CSIRO has developed a seaweed feed that can be given to livestock, which reduces their CO2 emissions from their gaseous expellings. So yeah, that is what I believe that is referring to. But again, it's a holdover from the existing policy.
From memory, that was just literally adding seaweed to their diet. I remember seeing that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's it.
It was like an 80% reduction, or like some insane level of reduction in the methane emissions from farting and burping. There's a whole separate debate around methane accounting within within greenhouse gas accounting, and it gets a bit into the physics of it, which I'm happy to talk about, but it's off topic. The next question is from Milspec again. Do we need to retain prohibition on uranium processing to the level of highly enriched uranium, such as weapons grade?
It's not specified specifically in the policy, but it would be something that we would have to do because the Australian government is a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means that we wouldn't produce weapons grade nuclear material which is enriched to 20% or higher. So it's not in the policy specifically, but the Australian government would still be required to abide by that if we were to uphold our international obligations.
Thank you. The next question is from... So we are a little bit behind. I'm just scrolling to catch up. Has been some discussion, I know, in other channels elsewhere. Over lunchtime, there was quite a spirited debate over nuclear. Okay, the next question from Morton. Is there any preference towards the type of reactors that are used, such as heavy versus light water, or not really?
Sorry, can you state that again? I was just looking at John's question, which he asked about. He said the polling was not based on voting intention. But it is, John, if you look to the right-hand side, next to the ages, there is voting intention. Sorry, can you repeat that question?
So the question from Morton is there a preference towards the type of reactors that are used, such as heavy versus light water, or not really?
I don't have a specific preference. I think we should be guided by the best evidence when it comes to what's going to be commercially right, what's right for the site location, all those factors. So the way that industry is leaning and the evidence that I've seen for Australia, we would have light water, small modular reactors, something like the new scale design.
So the next question is from Adam, or Give Me a Drink. do you see the role of our PANSA, which is the Rad Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency, expanding if prohibition is repealed, or would there need to be a dedicated regulator?
That's a good question. I think our PANSA would probably be expanded. If there was to be a nuclear power industry, there may need to be a separate regulator that just regulates the aspects of nuclear power stations and how they are licensed and monitored. Probably working very closely with our PANSA. So yeah, that would be something that would need to be investigated. But our PANSA do an excellent job as it is, and I could see them carrying out that role very to a high degree, if required. Simply removing the prohibition may not require much change in terms of regulations at all initially. It depends on whether we get interest for building nuclear reactors here in Australia, or nuclear fuel fabrication and reprocessing facilities. So things will scale up as the interest is shown. So that'll be how it works.
So that's an end to all of the formal questions. MilSpec has proposed an amendment to update that updates point 2 to clarify we are retaining prohibitions on weapons-grade uranium processing and abiding by nuclear non-proliferation.
I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Okay, Tyron accepts the amendment. Alex, are you able to make the updates?
Is there, MilSpec just says to clarify, do we have slightly more specific wording there?
You should be all right to just take that wording from his comment.
And Alex, you make a good point. We aren't starting from scratch. Australia is already a nuclear nation. We run a very successful research reactor at Lucas Heights in Sydney, which produces enough nuclear medicine isotopes for Australia and the Southeast Asian region. We also are a large exporter of uranium, and we are already well established with the IAEA and other international treaties relating to regulating nuclear weapons and nuclear material. So we can then just draw from the best regulatory knowledge from around the world in terms of deploying nuclear energy and reactors here in Australia. So
I have a question. The changes to the preamble are pretty subtle, but I think generally, I generally support them. Mostly, it seems to remove a little bit of possibly redundant validation. I'm still not quite following along with what's happening with the carbon price, though. If you could clarify the changes you've made there, Byron. It looks like you've removed it from the policy.
The carbon price.
Yeah. So you removed the $2 figure. What's the justification for that?
It's just to generalize the policy more so that we can make a more accurate assessment of what we should be implementing now, because a lot has changed over the last 10 years when carbon price mechanisms were being discussed in Australia. So we would have to go and do a more in-depth review. That's something that I didn't have the time to do in developing this policy. So I just generalized it so that we can talk on the issue without being drawn into, the specific numbers that, the media has become really good at these got you questions. And if we didn't know what that number was based on or how it had changed, then there was, potential for candidates to run into issues there.
I appreciate that, but I think it does weaken the policy. I think the $2 figure needed to be changed, needed to be raised, or I rather had an inclination. I had the idea that it should have been changed. I haven't seen evidence or some such. That's a good enough justification for the change, I think, for me not to oppose it, removing the $2 figure. But going into an election, I would want a hard figure, and I'd want that agreed on and with evidence supporting it. And given that this relates to climate change policy and energy policy, it is quite important. So this is something that would need to be done. So we're obviously just come out of a federal election, so we have some time to work on policy. There's Victoria and Queensland have a large amount of coal power, so it is relevant to those state elections. But adding a definite figure there is something that I'd like to see as soon as possible into this policy. There's a question in chat from Roger. What are the current EVs on taxes?
Well, the current taxes on
EVs.
So one of the biggest one that is a barrier to EV adoption is the luxury car tax. That can add several $1,000s to the price of an EV at the moment. There are states also looking at implementing taxes on new EV purchases. So it's a general point that we would want to minimize the barriers to purchasing electric vehicles in the short term, but long term there would have to be obviously a change to the way that we price road use, and there's ways at looking at doing that. We can apply congestion charges or pay per mile is another suggestion, but that's a little bit more in depth, and I would really like to commit to a more vigorous analysis of this policy area going forward. But this, given the time constraints, this was what I was able to put forward going into this Congress. So if people feel that the taxes issue is a little too generalized, we can remove that and review that for the policy going forward.
So we have another question in chat. What are the thoughts on systems in other countries, main cities such as London and England, removing road tolls for electric vehicles. 100% electric cars are charged the full toll, while hybrid pay less toll.
Yeah, this is an example of those removing those taxes, and basically you're incentivizing the uptake of electric vehicles in the short term, but in the long term, you're going to have to work out a way of replacing the tax that comes from that's traditionally applied to internal combustion vehicles to electric vehicles. But given the urgency of needing to reduce emissions, which have a whole range of benefits beyond just dealing with climate change, it also reduces the costs associated with the health system because of reduced air pollution and things like that. I think we should support the incentivizing of electric vehicles.
So there's no more questions. There is still a small amount of discussion in chat. Given that there's a few different changes bundled in here, there's a large quantity of changes, but many of them are relatively small. It may be worth splitting this off into two sub motions, which has been done before. I'm mainly thinking of splitting out the nuclear policy proposal into a separate motion as an option, depending on what the general support for the motion is. I won't propose that myself. I'm just saying that's an option. Is there anyone who would like to speak to support of that? Otherwise, as the discussion is starting to slow down, we could start moving towards a vote on this amendment, this policy amendment motion. Does anyone want to formally propose splitting up these motions? Or Tyrone, are you happy to do that?
How would you like to split the motion, Miles?
So there's a few ways we could do it. As I mentioned, we could pull out the nuclear sections, or we could split up the policy section from the preamble.
Yeah, I from the chat, I think the points of contention are really around the tax of electric vehicles. So I'm happy for that to be removed from the policy at this stage, and we can revisit this policy going forward. If that would be a way to progress this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, if someone else has a proposal of how they would like to to move this forward. I'm happy to see what that proposal is.
So Milspec has proposed an amendment which is to remove the line which says remove the GST on energy. What are your thoughts on that, Tyrone?
Well, that was a holdover from the existing policy, so I don't have a strong feeling on that. The only thing that I would say is that energy is really essential to it's an essential service. I think it's like almost as essential as fresh fruit and veg, which doesn't have the GST on it at the moment. So I think there might be more progressive ways that we could tax energy usage, but I'm not wedded to that wording. As I said, I'm happy for us to review this policy going forward. So if there's support for Milspec's proposed amendment, then I'm happy for that to be dropped.
Well, you have a right to decide what to do here. My input is only procedural. So I'm suggesting things which may simplify things. If you want to follow consensus, you're free to make such changes as you think.
Yeah. All right. Well, if people just put in the chat whether they support Milspec's amendment.
Yeah, I was just going to say, going to a vote is a way to determine consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a totally valid and fine way to determine consensus. So that is an option.
Okay. All right. So do you want me to put a motion, or does Milspec need to put the motion for his amendment?
You can accept it, or you can reject it, in which case it goes to a vote for Milspec's amendment. So I guess it comes back to you. Do you think it's a good idea to remove GST or a bad idea to remove GST, or do you not care?
I don't care. I'm happy to abstain and let the floor vote on whether to accept that amendment proposal.
Well, the simplest thing to do would be to accept it then.
Okay.
Can I jump in?
Yep.
Sorry, because what Tyrone was saying was absolutely true. Like, that suggestion from Milspec is not actually an amendment to Tyrone's suggestion. It's an amendment. It's a completely new proposal to adjust what's currently there. So if everyone throws out what Tyrone's asking for, that line is still in the current policy. So Milspec is actually proposing his own policy amendment.
I guess that is actually a substantive change. You're right.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Roger.
I know you said it a couple of times, Tyrone, but I just wanted to make it really clear.
No, I guess I wasn't quite following that. Okay. All right. So the rules of procedure are that wouldn't be allowed.
Wouldn't be allowed?
Yeah, I would consider it a substantive enough change. Yeah.
Okay.
The chair can rule out things that represent substantive changes from the original intent. And yeah, I guess Tyrone is trying to change the existing policy to a certain direction. This is actually a change quite distinct from what Tyrone originally had in mind. So yes, I'll agree with Miles there.
Okay. Well, Milspec's withdrawn, so I'm happy for us to move to a vote if there's no more questions or proposals.
So anyone on the floor can propose any more amendments, and there is also, as I've highlighted before, the option to split these motions apart. Jed B has pointed out that in previous years we have adopted large policy amendments such as this. That's true. There's also a precedent to split apart contentious or controversial motions, as we've done several times in previous years as well. So there's precedents both ways. But if this one isn't controversial, then we have no need to split up the motions. I'll leave it to anyone who wants to propose that. So the controversial parts are obviously the EV. Well, not controversial, but there's a lot of discussion around the EV, electric vehicles policy, and then there's also some controversy around the nuclear power.
Alex is saying he favours splitting out the nuclear changes. So I suppose, do we need a mover and a seconder, or just a mover? What's the story here?
We don't need a seconder. We do need a mover. I don't particularly mind whether anyone supports or opposes it. We just need a motion.
Alex, if you are sufficiently passionate, you need to move a motion, I guess.
And Gold as well has also supported splitting up the motions. So the point of discussion here is whether to split up Tyrone's policy motion or whether to vote on it as a whole thing. No one has proposed to split it up. I'm going to wait a few more moments for Alice to finish typing.
Yeah.
Sounds like Alex might be writing a motion. Alex has not proposed any changes to the motion, so Tyrone, do you want to go ahead and place your motion?
Yes.
So what you do is move to just type adopt motion to adopt PM2 climate change and energy update, and hold voting. Alex, if you want more time to propose an amendment to this, would you like us to table this policy motion and come back to it later? I've just been checking the wiki text. Okay, yep. So the non-proliferation amendment has been added. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt PM2 climate change and energy update as amended. Final chance for comments, questions, suggestions, or proposals. I'll give a few moments. Looks like they're pretty much there. A few people are just refreshing just to check that the amendments have been typed up. Okay, I'll give 2 minutes for this vote. Let's start voting now.
Do I have to abstain, or can I vote for the motion?
No, you can vote for your motion. That's
Okay.
correct. We still have 1 minute remaining. That motion passes. Thank you very much. The next agenda item is, I believe, a position statement. Yep, nuclear energy PM-3. Tyrone, please take it away.
Yes, thanks, Miles. So the point of this position statement is to provide the party and also the public a rationale for including nuclear energy into the policy that we just voted on. So this clarifies that there is a strong scientific consensus around the safety and the environmental footprint of nuclear energy, and that there's an immense challenge of moving away from fossil fuels and achieving net zero, and that the need to increase the use of nuclear energy is supported by leading organizations such as the International Energy Agency and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this position statement basically is just to outline why our party has adopted the inclusion of nuclear energy into the climate change and energy policy. So if there are any questions for that, I'm happy to answer those.
It doesn't look like there's any or much comments in chat. Oh, here they all come.
Just as you say
That must be the stream just catching up. Alex, do you want to make that proposal on non-proliferation?
So just taking into consideration both Alex and Simon's suggestions, I've written a proposed word change. If people are happy to accept that, then I'm happy for that to be accepted as an amendment.
Other people don't need to be happy. You can just do that.
Oh,
but
okay.
it's going to leave it, put that out for comment if you want.
Yeah. I'll just wait for a bit more feedback. If everyone's happy with that amendment, then I will move that. Simon gave a thumbs up. Simon and Alex were both the people who's made the suggestions. They're happy. I'm happy. We can amend that.
Alex, can you update the policy on the wiki, please? Question from Morton. In regards to uranium mining, how does this apply in circumstances that uranium is found in places such as rainforests that should be protected? Is this something that should be explicitly mentioned in the position statement?
That's a good question. I don't think it needs to be addressed specifically in this position statement. The same environmental regulatory requirements that apply to all mines would still and apply to existing uranium mines would apply to any proposal. So I think we should address any concerns that we have around Australia's lack of environmental protection for mines and things like that in a separate policy position.
Okay, that seems to be the discussion seems to have slowed down and stopped. So, Tyron, would you like to move to adopt the PS? That should be. Hang on a second. That actually is mistitled. It should actually be PS1.
Okay, PS1.
No, but that's all right. This is what's on the wiki, so go with what's on the wiki. That's it, Alex thing. Hang on, Jed has said something. Yeah, so Jed, I read out your content. Read out your comment. I thought Tyron had responded to that. But Tyron, would you like to look at that again? The second paragraph sentences don't follow from each other.
Okay. Yeah, we could remove for this reason. Is that the proposal?
Yes. He hasn't formally made a proposal, but that's what he's suggesting.
Yeah, we can remove for this reason and just have despite as the first word of that sentence.
Okay, that's another change for Alex.
you want me to re-propose the motion, or happy for that to remain?
That motion, your motion text is fine. Adopt PM3 nuclear energy position statement as amended. Strictly speaking, it should be titled position statement 1, but that's okay. Rather than a policy motion, but that's mostly a relevant procedural point. So there's very little discussion. So I'm going to give this 2 minutes for the vote. Start voting now.
Yes, there are prohibitions on nuclear fusion in Australia.
All right, that motion passes. The PM3, which is a position statement. The final policy motion, PM4, GMOs and precision fermentation position statement. And this is also Tyrone's.
Yeah, thanks, Miles. So I've written this because there's not so much because there's a strong regulatory barrier to these technologies in Australia, but there are overseas in places like the EU. These technologies are starting to become really important in helping reduce the environmental impact of food production, and also to assist countries in that are net food importers to become food secure. And this has been shown as critically important now that we are having extreme weather events driven by climate change that are wiping out crops. You may have been to the supermarket and seen how expensive lettuce was, for example, caused by flooding and extreme weather. So these technologies supplement existing conventional agriculture as a way of producing in the food production system, and we need to support their commercialization and adoption by providing a consistent regulatory framework across Australia and with international partners. So I felt there's no party in Australia that's really taking a strong position on this subject, and I felt like this fit with the values of the Pirate Party, and that we could be leaders on this, and it differentiate us from other parties within Australia. So that is my hope with this position statement, and I'm happy to take any questions around this, as it is an emerging field and not one that many people think about that often. So if there are any questions in the chat, I'd be happy to take those.
John, you'll need to propose specific changes if you want to do that. John has proposed to include reference to our IP policy ban on patents on life.
Yeah, I'll have to go and have a quick look at that. John, if you could post where that is in the policy platform, so everyone could have a read, that would be great. Yeah, so MilSpec, there is already international approvals processes, including here in Australia, for food safety for GMOs and things like that. So yeah, I don't think we need to specifically put it in the position statement. But I'm willing to see what people think about that.
Go through some discussion in chat there.
Yeah, Simon, I'm happy if you propose some words to that effect. John, I on the patent subject, I don't know a lot about how patents work, and how we could work that into this position statement. What I would say is that the position statement doesn't override the existing policy platform. It's just basically a statement on the technologies of GMO and precision fermentation and lab-grown meat, rather than any kind of statement about how the patent system work or commercialization.
Well, I think you have to emphasize that people can't claim patents in order to develop this technology. And I think it's very easy if you promote commercialization, that it's appropriate to make a nod to our IP policies around commercialization and patents on life. For me, I do see a definite connection there. Overly promoting commercial is good without the caveats on that. For me, I find that to be concerning. But having said that, I will abide by the majority vote.
Well, just procedurally, Miles, how would we tack that on there? would John need to propose a sentence or something, or could we
Yeah.
just link through to the?
Proposed changes need to be specific.
Okay. John, if you have a proposal, I'm happy for us to look at it. It could be something simple like see our
Okay. Well,
patent policy,
let
RE
me just-
genes and organisms.
okay. Let me just have a look here. All right.
So Simon has.
Okay, I suppose a sentence at the very end, just before references. This is in the context of our intellectual property policies banning patents on life and genes generally. So I can actually type something up along those lines. Just a moment.
Okay, that'd be great. So Simon's proposed GMOs are already subject to Australian and international standards and regulations to ensure safety. We could, let me look at the proposal. We could include that after the sentence, the WHO has found that GMOs are safe. Alex, I'm happy to include Simon's proposed wording as a sentence.
Roger also has a proposal there.
Pardon? Oh, Roger? Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm happy for Roger's that sentence to be changed to Roger's wording. So we're just waiting on John's wording, and then we can move forward.
Okay, there you go. I've typed in a policy there.
Alex, I'm happy to accept John's wording, his amendment.
There's also a comment from Jed B. Statement stating that food production accounts for 26% of GHG emissions is probably misleading, as that includes things like packaging, transport, and refrigeration. The entire emissions
you
of agriculture
would
and
say
forestry is more around 18
food
to
production
20%.
and associated activity, I suppose. Just and associated activity would be my way of fixing that.
Yeah, I would add on to that carbon emissions are done by sector, with the exception of transport, which is a little bit split. So all of the accounting methods do acknowledge that agriculture and food production is more broad than just purely growing stuff or farting cows. And in terms of forestry, there is a very big caveat in terms of land clearing, as that's a very large amount of emissions from land clearing old growth forest, particularly, but also other forms of land clearing. And so, quite often, well, that's pretty much all of forestry usually, excepting where there's reforestation efforts. So that could be a huge additional reduction in emissions.
I take the point. However, it is referenced from a scientific organization, which is fully referenced. So it's not a number that's come from us. It's a number that's come from data, which is fully referenced and accounted for. So if people are interested in finding out where that number comes from, they can follow the reference material back. So I do acknowledge your point, and it's a good one, but I've based it on on reference material that is acknowledged. So yeah, I can see you've used Our World in Data as well. So it's it's a good source. So I've just relied on the information that they've provided.
Board has made a comment that we should include some. Our current references don't have any studies in regards to the current challenge and benefits of lab-grown meat. Would it be good to add that one?
I can have a look.
Okay, Alex has asked us to slow down for a bit while he can incorporate John's amendment.
Okay, that gives me a chance to quickly read these reference suggestions. So Morton, I had a quick look at those proposed references. It would take me a long time to actually look through those properly and see whether I personally would include them. I feel, just reading the abstract, I feel that the position statement already covers some of the pros and cons that they've outlined, in that it's an emerging technology, needs further research, and it needs regulations around it to ensure that it's safe and as it's being commercialized, that there's proper boundaries there. I'm happy to take feedback on that if you don't feel that that's the case.
A bit of discussion continuing in chat, but no further comments, questions, amendments, or proposals. Alex is just doing some updating of the wiki to incorporate some of the existing accepted amendments. And he'll let us know when he's ready.
Alrighty, Alex has updated. Right, is there any more feedback or questions?
Alex, you happy for us to proceed? we have a last minute proposal from Morton to add to the last paragraph. Tyrone, let's take a moment to read that.
Yep, I'm reading that now. Yes, I'm happy for that to be adopted. Alex, I would just change the word is to are between lab grown meat. Hang on, I'll just reword it as a separate thing. I've amended that, Alex. That wording is, I think, fine. Yes, Alex, I'm happy for that wording. Yep, Alex, I'm happy with that. So Alex has updated that.
Okay, so we're about ready to take this one to a vote now. Am I reckoning?
I can move a motion now if you like.
Yep, I think we're good. Looks like there's nothing else. So just hold off voting for a moment. I just see Adam is typing. All right, there's just a comment. Place your votes in chat, please. Okay. All right, stop voting there. Motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
So that's the final policy motion. We have no formal announcements this year. There was some discussion around it. So at a fusion level, we are having ongoing member unification efforts. So with the current effort to get state registered in Victoria, we are compiling member lists. We are going through member renewal drives. We are going through recruitment drives. We are going through member reconciliation processes. So there was a lot of discussion around modifying or updating the Pirate Party membership processes and database. That didn't eventuate into a proposal for change. So there is discussion at integrating the full Pirate Party member database into Nation Builder and shutting down the separate Pirate Party one. That's not something we're going to do yet. It's not something I think any of us are wholeheartedly supporting, but there are efficiency gains there to be had. Yeah, and some campaigning benefits as well. Nation Builder can do some pretty cool stuff as compared to our current database, which is literally just you just do raw SQL calls on it, and so that's fun. But that's a whole separate thing which is going on. So this is the end of the scheduled business for day one. We were scheduled to finish at 4 p.m. It is 2:45 by my clock, very roughly. So we're nicely on schedule here. However, I will. Alex has pointed out that the database is a nice web interface. That's great for the 2 people that have access to it. I'm sure you guys love it. And so I am happy to end Congress here, but I will give an opportunity for anyone who does want to address Congress on any kind of business or discuss anything that feels relevant. So we will have a general, also note that we will have a general discussion section tomorrow afternoon on Sunday. So those the 4 topics for general discussion are strategy and party direction, party improvement, policy direction, and then of course free discussion for whatever we like. So that'll be fun. In my address, I did talk a little bit about the activities and direction of the party as well as the strategy. We have a developing campaign methodology. There's a lot of documentation happening there. I'm quite happy to go through it. The work in progress stuff, as well as the methodology from the election as well. There's been a lot of changes in the last 12 months, and even then, changes from previous methods. We have changed a lot, almost out of sight since we first started as a party. But we can't forget those roots. Okay, looks like no one has come forward to Milspec has asked, do we have any updates from the Fusion executive team? We don't hear much of what is going on behind the scenes. That's because it's all boring administrative crap. There is sometimes a little bit of exciting stuff. I'm quite happy to. So we give regular updates at the National Council meetings about everything that's going on. Some of the more recent stuff that's happening is the new donations and payments policy, which will hopefully make things a little bit more straightforward there. That's one big thing that's being worked on. I'll just quickly check the minutes, see if there's anything else exciting happening. Yeah, so we will be passing on our financial report onto Fusion for Fusion to handle their reporting there. We are looking for some bookkeepers to support the financial reporting side of things. So if anyone has experience with Xero, it is needed at a Fusion level. We have a few volunteers come forward, but it's just specialist expertise in Xero itself. As I mentioned earlier, we're working on Victorian state registration quite heavily. That's where a lot of my time is going. We have enough members to be registered now, and along with a comfortable margin. And so we've started talking about a state branch structure or a state campaign committee structure, but it is very early for that. We also have a developing conversation around membership and joining Fusion. So all of our parties have different membership procedures, and so there's some confusion in reconciling those processes. The current initiative is to encourage unaligned Fusion members to join one of the branches, and I've got a side project to work on that. So people go to the website and sign up, and then they get an email and says, here are the branches you can join. And here's how to join them. Just go to these pages if you'd like them, if you'd like to join one of them. Yeah, so the executive meetings are much calmer this side of the election. Simon's asked in chat, I would like a rundown of how the Pirates integrate into Fusion, where we are the stands our own entity. Well, we are a separate legal entity. We have the intent to remain a separate legal entity. We are recruiting separately and have separate branding. In some cases, we are hybrid branding. In elections, we have hybrid branding, or we use the Fusion branding. So we have a fair amount of independence. What it is kind of changing. There is understandings, and then there's what's actually happening. Roger, did you want to say anything about Fusion?
Yeah, I can say a few words. Not that it's too much different from what you've said. There's a lot of things that are happening at the moment. It is a little bit behind the scenes, but not too intentionally. The main reason why at the moment some of the strategic discussions are being kept behind the scenes is purely because it's resolving a lot of the, I guess what would say was the unspoken from previous to the election. So the merger itself and everything going up to the election was fairly, necessarily quick and dirty to get to that process. So now we're trying to work out some of those aspects of keeping what the merger is together. And the main reason just for keeping it fairly small at the moment is to resolve those things before we then branch out. So there is a massive part of Fusion that is now unaligned to any branches. So we've got over 300 members that joined Fusion directly over the federal election. So they are now almost as big as our biggest branch as it is. And we don't really have a way of really engaging them either. So there's a lot of work still happening on how we engage them, how do we continue to engage the branches, how do we support existing branches to either remain as branches or to operate more in terms of Fusion. And then we'll also get down to the point of how do we support potentially new branches coming in as well, and whether they can remain their own entities the same way as we have, or whether that's in more of a traditional merger style. At the moment, there is a bit of a split view between people on the executive as well as members on whether to really push the branch position. Myself, I'm obviously quite aligned as a pirate, so I'm taking that view that the branch procedures work. And it's just really now about formalizing how that works. So how do people continue to join branches and participate in Fusion versus having it more integrated? Ultimately speaking, each branch is its own legal entity and they can do whatever they want with their members. So pirate members are a part of Fusion, but they're not Fusion, they're pirates. So there's all those kinds of processes there. So yeah, it's a bit of a work in progress. The way I see it, I think as we progress down the strategic processes, and once we've nutted out some of those early discussions, then we'll look to open up these discussions to a much wider group and encourage all members across all of the branches and the unaligned members as well to then contribute to the strategic future of Fusion. So Fusion is the registered entity, and and that's where a lot of the focus needs to be around electoral work. All of the other branches can maintain their own entities as well. So it's really just about working out how we do that. So there's a bit of work involved, but yeah, we'll definitely be continuing to keep all pirates involved in the public pieces for Fusion. And then as we get through to more of the strategic aspects, we'll open those discussions up as well. Happy to answer specific questions as well, if you've got anything. And also happy to have discussions outside of these kind of arrangements as well. I'm quite heavily on Discord, as is Miles, and Dave Kennedy is also on the executive for Fusion as well. So we're all your pirate reps to get all of the nitty gritty. Yeah, unless there's anything specific, I'll oh yeah. Is the Fusion branding staying the same? I know there was some discussion about it. Yes, there has been discussion. There hasn't been much recently. I think it will come up again. So at the moment, we're really looking at what are the core values that we want to establish as Fusion. So all of the branches that formed it have their own sort of values. So we wanted to establish something that really says what Fusion is and what Fusion stands for. And that way it makes sure that new members know that what we're all aligned to in terms of the coalition, as well as new entities. If we look at other minor parties that aren't going to get registered, they might look to do something similar as well. From there, we might look at a renaming and a rebranding or something like that. So Fusion was a fairly quick name that came up, and the branding from that came about fairly quickly. There's also been a lot of discussion around actually the name works. So it might not go anywhere, but it's definitely a discussion that will come up. I would probably say within the next 12 months, because if there is going to be any rebranding, that it needs to happen fairly soon so that we've got that well established before the next federal election. But even before that, we've got all the state elections and council elections that we want to go through as well. So that will be needing to be sort of strategically done. Exactly. So Alex, yeah, the more you change, the less signage that can be reused. Yeah, so we don't want to do this over and over again. If we need to do it again, it would need to be something that has a lot of thinking and support put behind it. As I mentioned, the Fusion concept came about fairly quickly because we had like weeks maximum to get a name, a logo, off to AEC to get name change and registered. So that was a very quick thing. If we're going to do anything like that in the future, then it would need to be something that everyone's happy with sticking with. It needs to be something that's long-standing. Cool. Yeah, a lot of people asking if we're all about nuclear. Well, maybe now we are. Thanks to Tyrone, Mr. Nuclear. No, but it is something, and I think someone mentioned previously as well, even the non-nuclear supporters within the other branches, they are supportive of nuclear fusion. So that might be still a distinguishing aspect. But whether it's a nuclear fusion concept or the fusing of multiple minor parties, it all kind of works. Yep. Cool. Anything else? Asian fusion. Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're pretty close to time. Looks like the questions are slowing down a bit. We can open this discussion again tomorrow, and something I want to see a lot of discussion for, and I've been doing a bit of thinking about, a lot of other people in Fusion have been doing thinking about, and what we in particular also need to be thinking about is what is the structure of Fusion that we want to move towards. So that'll especially be relevant at a state level, thinking about the state-based structure, but also thinking about what it means to be a pirate in Australia and within Fusion, and how we advocate for that. So our policy changes year on year, as it always does, but our values stay approximately similar with a little bit of drift. So I'd encourage everyone to research the international pirate movement, to talk with the Australian pirates over tonight, tomorrow, and as much as you like, and see if we can get some theory crafting going here. What does it mean to be an Australian pirate, and where are we going with Fusion? It's a question here from Zach. With common policies in Fusion, would the pirate party narrow towards its core policies? That has been suggested. I think that's a good idea. At this stage, we've got a fairly comprehensive policy platform. I see no reason to abandon that or step back from that. There is a lot of overlap in our policies, but there's also still some differential in there. I think the main thing holding back from anything happening there is actually the lack of volunteers working on it. There was a decision made to pause the policy unification effort at a Fusion level, but I think there's no reason why it should be paused at this stage. I think we can resume it. So that's potentially an agenda item for exec to bring up. Oh, hang on, we are on a timeline for that. I think we need to go through this values process, and maybe in like a month or two we can start looking at Fusion level policy again. Okay, well, I will shortly bring us to a close for day one. Thank you very much who's been watching, tuning in over the day, participating, voting, discussing, offering opinions. Thank you to Will from Norway who's tuned in, and various supporters who've dropped in and out over the day who are not members but have been coming in to check things out. You know who you are. So I will, before I call things to a close, remember tomorrow are nominations for the National Council. Let me briefly just check and see what's happening with the nominations at the moment. We do need at least 5 people to be functional. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nominations to the National Council. Excellent. And all the T3 have nominations for them. So the current vacant positions with no nominations are Deputy President and Deputy Treasurer. These junior roles where you'll act as support for Treasurer and President. The Treasurer stuff is fairly routine. It's the same stuff year on year, and there's a relatively small commitment. The role of the President is broad and redefined constantly. And so the duties of the Deputy would be just to step in and help out as needed, mainly with things like chairing and direction and responsibility. But we'll talk about that a lot more tomorrow. So I call day one of Pirate Party Australian National Congress 2022 to a close. Thank you very much. And I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.